Good morning, members, and welcome to the meeting of the Community Committee, which has been live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute, and if you're in the hall, you could do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members, and no material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so that we could keep a track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly, taking their time speaking directly into the microphone when making contributions. When referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus on contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Councillor Linda Dorward and Councillor John Campbell. Linda, thank you for the lift up here too, for their contributions to the work of the committee. The Vice Chair and I are quickly grasping the variety of the work to be overseen by this committee, and we're excited about the opportunities ahead. I would also want to welcome Councillors Ian Carruthers, Lynn Davis, David Slater and Keith Walters to their first meeting of the committee. Claire, could you provide the header indicating who's participating remotely and any apologies, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This morning we've got 2 apologies from Councillors Dennerley and Little. There are 6 members currently on Teams, being Councillors Ian Carruthers, Ben Dashper, David Ingalls, Kim Lowe, Sean Marshall and Keith Walters. 2 members currently not present, being Councillor Hill and Councillor Tuki Campbell, who I believe is expected to be along later. Everybody else in the Council Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. I confirm my agreement to the participation of the members named as participating remotely. Do any members have any declarations of interest? Go to item 3, the minute of the previous meeting, 2nd February, and reconvened on the 10th of February.
Marshall's
Oh, sorry. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. It's not explicit in the report, item 8, but it may, within the discussions on that report, it's really just to declare an interest that I'm involved with Melon Park Steering Group in Eastriggs regarding play parks. So it's just to register that interest, but I don't think it would preclude me from the meeting.
Thank you for that, Sean. Anyone else? Okay, we've got item 3, minute of the previous meeting, 2nd February, and reconvened on the 10th of February. This minute is for approval. Members agreed? Thank you. Item 4, housing options and homeless service update report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report provides an update on the housing options and homeless service, detailing the ongoing impact of the current economic situation on the service, and seeks approval of the Scottish Housing Regulator Annual Assurance Statement. Harry Hay and Lorna Campbell are available to take any questions on the report. Members. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair, and congratulations to you and the Vice Chair. It's at 3.3.9 and the just a bit of clarity on the formats there. I'm fairly certain I know the answer, but given the public reading it might not see that. Is that a weekly charge, a monthly charge, whatever? What is it?
Harry, would you like to come in?
Thanks, Chair. I'll take that one. Yes, sorry, yes, it is a weekly charge, just for clarity.
Can I come back, Ian? Yeah, thanks. I'm assuming from now on that form will actually include the timescale the cost refers to.
Could you confirm that, Lorna?
Okay. Yes, it will, yes.
Councillor Durland.
Thank you, Chair, and just congratulations from myself to yourself and Vice Chair on your appointments. It's a fantastic committee to be part of. In terms of a question, we've got 3.2.6 on page 25 of the report. Talks about the rise in applications together with increased complexity of cases has placed significant pressure on resourcing. Additional funding has been identified and recruitment of additional staffing has started, which to provide some extra resilience in the team. A little bit of information about that would be useful in terms of what sort of staff, what sort of resourcing in terms of staffing has been identified as necessary. And the other thing is, it says at the bottom, the last sentence, or the last part of the last sentence, to concentrate on ways to prevent homelessness and work with partners to find housing or support solutions enabling households at a threat of homelessness to resolve the issue before it reaches a crisis point. And I would say with some of the figures that have been given to us at table 1 on page 24, we are at a crisis point already in terms of housing and challenges. And this isn't a reflection on the DGC team, it's just a reflection on the challenges. So I think we are at a crisis point in terms of availability of accommodation. And one of the other questions I would ask is, what are the plans going forward in terms of increasing accommodation? And if we are increasing accommodation, are we going to increase accommodation in areas that give people accessibility to work, schools, etc.? And where are we going to be building in the future? Are the plans for that? Sorry, Harry, quite complex questions there, and maybe you can't answer them all, but if you can answer some of them, we might get some of the information back later. I'm not asking for an additional report, just for some information back later if you can't answer at the moment. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Harry.
Yeah, thanks through you, Chair. I'll maybe take the last one, and Lorna can pick up the other two. So, yeah, certainly in terms of accommodation, it has been increasingly difficult to keep up with the demand for required accommodation. And as I think the report indicates, the longer people are in temporary accommodation, then makes it quite difficult to identify permanent accommodation. As a region and as a service, we have very much taken the approach that where it works, we do what's referred to as flipping. So simply somebody that's in temporary accommodation, they're settled, it suits their circumstances, we work with the landlord and the tenant to then result in that being their permanent abode. Doesn't always work, but it's certainly an approach that we're trying to take where possible. In terms of longer term, clearly there are very strong links to the Strategic Housing Investment Programme, and on that basis we liaise regularly with colleagues in Economy and Resources to ensure that that strategic plan for housing across the region and the type of housing, the nature of housing, is very much featured in that investment programme that clearly then influences where RSLs, for example, are going to invest. And we've certainly found, I think the report touches on a couple of examples whereby the trends are for an increased number of bedrooms, for example, to deal with larger families. And whilst we always endeavour to try and get accommodation within a location that suits the family and their circumstances and access to essential services, health, schools, etc., it's not always possible, unfortunately, to get the exact location that is our first choice, but we try and very much do that where possible. So I think whilst we're dealing with the immediate challenge, we're trying to be as creative and innovative as possible to try and get accommodation short term. There is absolutely a need to plan for it strategically and ensure that it's built into the investment that's happening across Dumfries and Galloway involving our RSL partners. Hopefully that answers that part of the question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Donner.
Thanks, Harry. It has. It's just a further comment. I mean, in terms of place planning and 20-minute communities, what you've touched on there, and I think one of the key things for the council to look at is not just the housing strategy. It's a holistic approach to housing, and looking at, strategically looking at places that people can actually access amenities, which isn't just building. It's not building willy-nilly. We're not doing that, but there needs to be, I think, a more holistic approach, and that'll be interesting to see what the strategy is going forward for the next few years. Thank you. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have Councillor Walters.
There was a question on resourcing that I don't think has really been answered yet, that I asked about in terms of 3.2.6. What are, the resourcing, how much, how many, and what's the resourcing being aimed at? If that's okay, Chair, that wasn't
Lorna,
addressed.
would you like to come in on that one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorwood. The additional resources we're adding into the team are 4 additional homeless assistants. Now, they'll assist the officers both at the housing options and application stage and at the temporary accommodation stage as well. So that will give extra resilience into officers making decisions and actually managing people in temporary accommodation given the increases. As well as the 4 officers, there's 2 additional supervisors, because you can imagine with more officers in the team that puts additional pressures on the management side. So we have recruited 2 additional supervisors to manage those resources. Those supervisors will also be involved in the increased numbers of adult protection meetings that the Homeless Service has to attend because of the increased complexity of some of our clients. We're also currently looking at we have had, I wouldn't say a new system in place, but we've had a new system for the last 3 years. So we're actually going to recruit as well a development officer to look at improving how their system copes with the information we've got, improve the management information we're getting out there, and actually to make it more user-friendly for our staff so they spend less time inputting into a system and more time, with customers. So we're also looking at that development side, which should also future-proof the service once we get through this. You also asked about the prevention team and being at crisis, and yes, I agree, we are at crisis point. But I think the point of putting a prevention and a prevention focused team in is that at the moment we have to take a homeless application where someone presents as either roofless that night or at threat of homelessness within 3 months. And what we're looking to do is work with private landlords and RSLs to intervene much earlier. So where someone is making indications that they're going to be in arrears, or if their housing situation is inappropriate, is trying to get that early intervention to find a solution for a client before they need to present as homeless or before they actually lose their property and they need to come down homeless in a temporary accommodation route. So that was the reason for trying to upstream some of our prevention work to actually see if we can prevent people actually coming to homelessness in the first place, which is part of the homeless legislation and the prevention work, and very much a drive for the Scottish Government at the moment to upstream that work in there. So hopefully this, again, that additional resource will allow us to do a bit more of that prevention work. Just to add a bit as well to obviously what Harry said about future demands, Strategic Housing are just starting a new housing needs and demand assessment, which they have to do every 5 years. So homeless is very much part of that. We look at people presenting, their reasons for presenting, and where they need house. So the information we already have in homeless is very much going to feed into that housing need and demand assessment to look at the very areas that you raise about where the employment opportunities are, where schools are, where people want to be. So the information we already hold will feed into that to then feed into the strategic housing plan that will be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Oh yeah, this is just a bit of clarification for somebody who's new to this. Page 24, the table at the top, where it says number of temporary accommodation offers refused. I just want to know who's doing the refusing, and also if we had any idea why it increased so much compared to the 2021-2022.
Lorna, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the number of refusals, it's where the customer refuses the offer of temporary accommodation. So the service has a statutory duty to always offer someone temporary accommodation where they need that assistance. The refusal comes where it may not be suitable for the customer. We're seeing the increased rise in refusals simply because of the available accommodation that we've got. Normally the service, prior to this current situation, increased demand, would have a range of temporary accommodation in various areas across the region that are available. But at the moment, because of the sheer numbers, at some point we may only have one property available that night, and that may not be suitable for the customer. So if someone presents in Stranraer, the property we may have available maybe in Annan or Dumfries, so someone would have to travel across the region. So that's primarily what we're seeing, the reason for refusals, of people don't want to be in the area where we have that property. What I would say is, if we don't have a property in the area that someone wants, we always endeavour to make sure that the next time the property becomes available or search a property to offer that. But at the moment, because of the pressure on the temporary accommodation, we are seeing those increased numbers of refusals.
Keith, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does indeed. Thanks very much.
Right, we have Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Congratulations as well to yourself and the Vice Chair. I've got a number of points, and I think generally, though, I think the report is worrying with regards to the upward trend and increase in homeless presentations being made, and that coupled with the current kind of stock that's available for this. My first point is on page 25, 3.3.1. And Lorna kind of mentioned that sometimes when there's refusals, it's because, and I know there's an instance, I think someone in Annan with a family got offered accommodation in Stranraer. So I'm just interested in, with regards to the 238 units, we've got it broken down on page 37, which means, and it's basically there's 45 in Andale and Eskdale, 114 in Nistdale, only 15 in Stewart and 64 in Wigtown. And my kind of question is, does that kind of spread reflect the kind of where people are at? I know that you can't be guaranteed a certain region when you're homeless, but does that kind of fit quite nicely with or is there any areas where we would need more stock or more kind of temporary or permanent accommodation? That's the first point. And the second one, it's on the next 3.3.2. It talks about 176 instances where unsuitable homeless temporary accommodation has been used, and that resulted in 26 breaches of the order. Kind of simple question: what happens when we actually incur a breach? Is there any kind of follow-on action to that? And then in 3.3.3. I note that it says at the very last sentence, in the case RSLs, the service actually works with them to replace any property handed back. I'm just wondering, I can remember that, and I'm just seeking advice as whether or not we still do this, but whether it's RSLs or private, properties, etc., that have been given to the council, do we still actively look at rotating these so that we don't have a homeless property in a location for too long? I think we used to try and rotate them every 7 years, because sometimes, and not always, in few circumstances, there is antisocial behaviour, and we've had instances when, neighbouring properties have actually raised the issue. So I think one of the ways of trying to resolve that was by rotating the properties that we have on the list. And then the fourth point is on page 27 at the top, 3.3.8, and we're looking at alternative temporary accommodation models. And I just wondered, obviously we've got a number of derelict buildings across the region, either in council ownership or in other ownership, but we also have the ship as well. And I was wondering if there was anything being looked at to maybe bring some of these buildings back into use, and maybe one of the uses could be, or part of the use could be, for temporary accommodation. And then the final 2 points are just really on the appendices. Appendix 2 What I am quite concerned about is on the first table, and it's applications received by age groups, and it's over 60s. I noticed in 2018-19 it was 37, and in 2022-23 that's 67. So that's a surprising kind of doubling in that figure. And I just wondered if there was any reasons why we're seeing an increase in that age profile. I would expect to see it in the lower age profiles, but not in that one particularly as much. And then finally, it's in relation to Appendix 2, Table 4. It's the top line which says financial difficulties, debt, unemployment. I noticed in 2018-19 it was 173, but that's dropped to 126, which is an increase on the last previous years. But I'm just wondering why 173 is so high in 2018-19 when we're currently in the middle of a cost of living crisis. So apologies for all those, but hopefully you've taken note of them and can provide me with some responses.
Thank you for that. Lorna, do you want to come back in on that one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. You've set me a challenge here trying to remember all these and where they started. So starting with temporary accommodation and the spread of them across the region. The current spread, as you can imagine, the larger settlement areas is usually where the higher demand is. So at this point in time, we need additional properties in all these areas, and that's been our call to the RSL. I mentioned in the report that I was having emergency meetings with all the RSLs, which have taken place over the last week, and my call to them has been I will take any property that's available in any of the areas at the moment, because given the sheer demand, we can utilise them and across the region. So we are doing that. The RSLs, I would have to say, have all responded positively. But as I mentioned in the report, we do try to strike a balance, because the more properties we take from a registered social landlord for temporary accommodation reduces the pool that we've got for discharging into permanent accommodation. So we do have to strike that balance. And as Harry mentioned earlier, we're looking at rotating some of the properties with RSLs, rotating but flipping them. So where someone's been in and it's a suitable property and it's leased from an RSL, that may be their permanent accommodation. So, and again, they have been quite open to that conversation with the clients. We also talked about rotation of properties. That is part of our homeless strategy, that we've agreed that we would try and rotate temporary accommodation. At the moment, it's more challenging because, because of the demand, we're reluctant to let go of any additional properties that we may have brought on and then handed a property back, we're rotating it. It's a bit more challenging at the moment. However, we still are mindful, particularly for the situations that you mentioned, if there's antisocial behaviour. Sorry, there was a bit of feedback there. If there's antisocial behaviour or reasons in the community, we would look to hand a property back and look for a property elsewhere. So we are still mindful of that, and that still does happen where the need arises. I think the next point, as I move down, was on the appendices. So just close down Appendix 2. Was the age groups are over 60s? Yes, we have seen a rise in there, and I think predominantly, from the cases that I've come across, it's where, and it's coming from the private sector or from family members who are leasing to their own family member that can no longer afford to do so, or private landlords that are coming out of the market. Which means that their private rent is coming to an end. So we're seeing more older people come into the service, and you're right, that is quite a significant increase to where it was previously. We have had some homeowners come into us with been no longer being able to maintain the property that they're in. and I've got one case in particular. The property is quite dilapidated, so they've not been able to reside in it any longer. So they've ended up coming down a homeless route, and we're looking for alternative solutions for them. So those are predominantly the reasons for the increase in older presentations. I think, have I covered all the points? Have I missed anything?
You've done well, Lorna, but there's a couple, just the 26 breaches of order in 3.3.2, and also the financial difficulties, debt and employment in Table 4 of Appendix 2.
So the breaches in the order, so what happens is, as I said, we report them to the Scottish Government, and actually the Housing Regulator has also recently advised us they want to be notified as well with the breaches. We try where possible when people are put into bed and breakfast or hotel accommodation. The breach is 7 days, so we actively look to move someone into temporary accommodation after this or before the 7 days is breached. However, that's dependent on accommodation becoming available. So where we do breach the 7 days, all we do is notify the Scottish Government, but we still actively work with the service user and housing providers to find suitable temporary accommodation. But there's nothing other than just the reporting of the breach, and we'll continue to report to the Scottish Government the length of that breach as well. And the final one in Appendix, the financial difficulties, I'm not entirely sure. I would have to go back and have a look to see the reasons in 2018-19 why it was so high. All I've got to bear in mind here, these are declared reasons by the client when they present, so they're not, following an investigation. So it may be what's uppermost in the client's mind at that time when they present. Often there can be a combination of reasons. When someone presents, it may be financial, they may have mental health issues, or there may be other support issues in there. So it's something I can go away and have a look at and come back with a more detailed answer, because off the top of my head, I'm not sure why 2018 was as high compared to what we are now.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that very full response, Lorna, and for your memory test. If we go into Councillor Campbell.
Yes, good morning everyone, and congratulations to you and your Vice Chair on your new roles. I would like to put on record my thanks to Lorna and her team from the Housing Options and Homeless Service for the tremendous work that they've been doing over the last number of years. I don't think Councillor Marshall's left me many questions. I think he's covered just about everything. However, just to touch on the temporary accommodation on 3.3.3, there's a part of the paragraph. It says, despite having raised the level of rent paid to private landlords to lease properties to the homeless service, they don't seem to be generating too many private landlords coming forward. But just take that a wee bit further on 3.3.8, paragraph 3.3.8 on page 27, there was mention about containers and pop-up pods. I'm sure we brought that to a Communities Committee just before the end of last year. It was raised. Halfway down the paragraph, it says, for these type of developments, the organisation needs to acquire land and ensure the correct planning permission and utility connections are in place, etc. Now, there was a bit of work being done in conjunction with the NHS through Liz Manson, and it was to do with putting these temporary pods for the Ukrainian refugees. However, that part, I think, has been stopped now. Is there an opportunity to work with the community planning partnerships with the NHS? Because there was land identified at Nithbank where the old ambulance station used to be. The services are already there. So there may be an opportunity if we're sort of trying to find temporary accommodation. If we can't get it from the private landlords, maybe that's an opportunity there. I'm just wondering what Lorna's thoughts are on that, Chair. Thank you.
Lorna or Harry, would you like to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Campbell, and thank you for your kind words. Yes, as I said, we'll explore any opportunity available. Given the pressures we're under, I'm more than happy to look at any. We are in constant discussion with Strategic Housing. They're fully aware of the homeless needs in all the areas that we've looked at. So that's something I will pick up again. I'll speak to Liz and Jamie and have a look at if there is an opportunity in there, what we can do. So yeah, happy to take that away and explore it.
Thanks, Lorna. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for a straightforward question. We'll have Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair, and in line with everybody else, congratulations to you and Jackie on your appointment. I've just one observation to make, Chairman. It might not even need a response today. I believe that to a degree the homeless register has been artificially skewed because of the current inflexibility of the local letting policy, and I'm now talking about permanent homes and no urgent accommodation for homeless people. But anyone who applies a single person to the standard homes for D&G, the standard letting policy, they qualify for a one-bed house, nothing else. And my ward's awash with 3-bedroom houses, and these people are not allocated them on the general letting policy because they don't qualify through the general rule. Therefore, these people suddenly present as homeless and they hope to secure a home in an area of their choice because the homeless approach is more flexible to ensure that people are given permanent homes. So I think that we need Lorna or Harry or someone to have a discussion. And I know it won't apply in pressured areas where there's a huge demand for properties of every size. But I know I've raised at this committee and other committees before. I've got 20 3-bed houses vacant in my ward that, according to the social landlords, people don't want. And at the same time in the street, homeless people or people in the homeless register are saying to me, they would take one of them if only they were given the opportunity. So it's not for today, but there's something we need to do to ensure that on the one hand, we've now got 20 vacant properties in my ward, and on the other hand, we've 20 folk in Nithsdale looking for accommodation and they're simply not been married up. I don't expect Lorna nor Harry to have a response to that today, but I would be grateful, Chairman, if that could be explored by members of your team. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I thought we were going to get through a question without a reference to Upper Nithsdale, but it
An
happened 3 times in the last
Chairman.
week, the last couple of minutes. Lorna or Harry, would you like to come in that?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Dempster. Yes, and it's a point well made. So it is. The homes for D&G are currently reviewing their common allocation policy. As members may be aware, there will be a move to choice-based letting for homes for D&G, and there is a new policy, and that very point is being raised in the policy. Historically, the allocation policy has been bedroom size based on need because of the benefit rules round about that and the benefit caps that were in place where people were in properties that were larger than their needs. However, my understanding, the new policy is removing that, and there is a look to move to more if that's what someone wants and they can afford it, because there is obviously an affordability if someone moves into a property larger than their needs and their benefits may not cover it. However, with the change to discretionary housing payment now to include additional bedrooms, that should be negated for low-income families. So that has been raised, and I believe the new allocations policy will take cognizance of that. But I will go back and feed that into the RSLs when it comes to the review of the policy.
Can I come back, Chairman,
Yes,
ever so briefly? Well done, Lorna. Thanks for that, because DGHP, before it became Wheatley, had an MMR, a mid-market rent policy, whereby people that could afford properties were allocated property beyond their need on the basis that they could afford to pay. So I'm pleased that's now becoming a sort of sensible approach rather than the one we had before. Thanks for that information, Lorna. I'm delighted.
Thank you. I have 4 more speakers. We go to Councillor Ingalls.
Morning, Chair. Good to see you up there. It goes back to page 25, 3.3.3. I'm wondering whether Harry can shed a wee bit of light on this. I had a private landlord who had 2 properties in my ward that he wanted to put forward for homeless housing. And apparently they needed a wee bit of work done. And so he was turned down. And I'm wondering whether there's some way of collaboration there whereby, you know, if the work package wasn't a huge work package that needs done to these properties, can you work in partnership with these landlords and you know, set up a contract of some kind which allows their properties to be used rather than being turned down? I know he's let them now, he's got them let privately, but I'm just wondering what the criteria is round about these properties coming forward for use and where the line's drawn when we say no, they're not suitable. Harry, is there something that we can look at there?
Yeah, thanks through you, Chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor Ingle. Yeah, generally the approach that's required is that it meets the minimum standards outlined by the private landlord accreditation registration scheme. So if a private landlord is renting the property out to any part of the market, they need to meet these minimum requirements. And generally our approach is that if a property meets those standards, and then we include it as part of our portfolio, we will then ensure that if, for example, the private landlord, for whatever reason, wished to take the property back, we would then ensure that it's passed back in the condition that we received it. So generally, it's the responsibility of the property owner to ensure that it meets all the required standards and all the routine requirements such as gas safety inspection, Legionella testing, electrical safety certificates, etc., etc. But that applies to all private landlords, whether it's for temporary accommodation or whether it's for general market. Thanks, Chair.
That answer your point, David?
Yeah, it does to a certain degree, I suppose. Yeah. You know, if we have 2 properties that are available, I'm just wondering whether there is, I know it involves budget, yeah, but I'm just wondering if there's some way we can, you know, maybe review that or have a look at how we can work with these landlords rather than just turning, especially given the demand for homeless properties. You know, and from what I can gather, there wasn't major works needed in these 2 properties. They obviously didn't meet the standard, you know, as Harry's explained. So is it just a case of we don't use them, or is there some way maybe in the future we could look at developing some sort of policy that we can work with them? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's certainly something we could look at. I mean, as Lorna's mentioned, we are certainly keen to be as creative and as innovative as possible. The challenge with that regard is that we do have other private landlords that either require to invest in the properties themselves and they're prepared to do it. So they come to us with an offer that meets all the requirements. We obviously need to see all the documentation, etc. So it's just to think about that equity, but certainly it's something we could look at across the region, that if there obviously is a policy change proposal, we could look at what the implications of that would be. And you also mentioned budget, because clearly at the moment it's the private landlord that requires to have the investment prior to letting it out. But it's certainly something we could perhaps look at in a wee bit more detail. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. We've got Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much for letting me back in, Chair. I'll take Councillor Marsh as precedent as a way to go ahead. I'm going to restrict myself to 3 questions, Ian. I'm looking at the annual assurance statement, which I've had the privilege to put in on a number of occasions over the last 5-8 years, and it's both a document that allows you to say what we've done well, but it also then has things which come back and bite you, as I can only attest to. Now, the first thing is in the first paragraph under Gypsy Travellers, the majority of work at Glenluce to meet the Scottish Government minimum standards was completed in May 21. Okay. Now, then the next sentence, commissioning and snagging are ongoing. Now, is that routine maintenance, or because my understanding is the statement we made earlier was that Glenluce was complete, and that was accepted by Scottish ministers and the housing regulator. So that's the first question. The second one is more especially, and I think greater importance, is the Cullen site, where I had the unfortune of being interviewed by BBC TV in 2017, I think it was, when I had to say I was embarrassed, shamed at the state of the accommodation the Gypsy Travellers had there at that time. We're now 5-6 years down the line, and it looks as though we're still working towards an options appraisal report. And according to this, the letter that you're going to be expected to sign just shortly, as approved by the Communities Committee for the 4th April 23, it's saying in there that the options appraisal will be presented to the Communities Committee by December 2022, right, for members' consideration. And then the third part of that, of course, is that the longer this has been going on, more and more the price is going up. Inflation is running rampant. So the already huge amount that was first quoted, hence the reason we went back to a full options appraisal, which you'll remember because you were on that committee at the time, is why is it taking so long for the options appraisal? Now, it might be December 22 is a typo, it should be 23. That makes it even worse because that's another year down the line since we knew this needed to be done. So why are we dragging our feet on it? I appreciate you're just in the chair, but you inherit that. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I think every chair of this committee has had this thrust on them over the last 10 years or so. I'm not saying that's your fault, Ian, but we need to get to the bottom of this, and we need to get to the bottom of this quickly.
Thank you for that, and I'll take responsibility for the last 4 weeks and pass the rest on. Vlad, would you like to come in on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I think they're all very valid questions. In terms of Glenluce, I think I would need to go away and look into the particular details about the snagging that you mentioned there and get further details from members. So happy to do that, and we'll do that after this committee with the relevant officers. In regards to the options appraisal for Colin, that has taken a wee bit of time, and as the relevant members that have been involved in terms of chairing and vice chairing will be aware that it's actually quite a complex matter, that we have to look at all sorts of factors, including human rights within that, and ensure that before we take anything to members, that we have a robust options appraisal for members to take decisions upon. And that's very clearly within our work plan in terms of the governance and assurance, and in particular that particular team within governance and assurance. We will be bringing something to members, including what we've got. The work plan is for this to be discussed through the relevant governance streams. That includes, as you'll be aware, the leaders panel. It will also include within that a members seminar for all members so that we can discuss all the options, and thereafter it will come to communities for that decision making. But I think it's important that elected members are fully cited on all aspects of this, so that when it comes to decision making, you're able to weigh up the various options and factors within this, which are complex, as members will hopefully understand.
Thank you. Andy, does that answer your point?
I'm going to say something now I maybe shouldn't say, but I wonder what would have happened if this development had to be somewhere else other than the Gypsy Traveller site. Would we still be dragging our feet? Vlad's just inherited this as well. This is a long, drawn-out saga. It goes back 30-odd years. Total disregard for people's livelihood, the conditions of living, everything else. It's an absolute scandal, and it needs to be sorted, and it needs to be sorted quickly. So I'm afraid we've no good time here because we were almost under special measures over it, and we managed to work our way through that by promising them to get things done quickly. And I do know that officers have been on a working group with the Scottish Government when they changed the goalposts, to be fair, right? But right, they changed the goalposts a couple of years ago, right? Not yesterday. So we need to move things forward, and we need to move things forward quickly.
Well, you have raised it now, and you have a commitment from Vlad, and you have the commitment that we will certainly look at the situation and try and progress it.
I would suggest as a matter of urgency rather than just in the normal process, Ian, if that was you. And I mean, obviously, you'll want to adapt the letter that's going, because that options appraisal hasn't come to a committee yet. So you're going to have to tell the Minister or the Scottish regulator that it's got to be another year.
Thank you for that. Any further points? No. We have Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, good morning and congratulations to yourself and the Vice Chair. On page 37, Chair, the leased temporary accommodation stewardship, just 15 properties. Now, quite typically, whenever anything is divvied up across, I believe stewardship is normally about 15% on the population. But if you took 15% of that total number of accommodation, you're talking about 35, 36 homes. We've had a family recently who've had to be in temporary accommodation for 7 months, 3 young kids, been travelling backwards and forwards to school, finally got a home, but they're going to end up having to move school and move away from family. So I'm wondering, you know, it just seems to be a real disproportionate representation of the stewardship here. Can I also say, just in adding to what Councillor Dorwood said, is as well as obviously work in community, schools are so important, and moving people away from where they have been and young children. I know it's not always easy, but there are places in most of our schools, and we do need to be a lot more aware of where we place these families. Thanks.
Lorna, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Yes, I mean, Stewardship has historically been a very low demand area for homelessness. I mean, I get that it's 15% of the region, but when it came to homeless presentations, it was a lower percentage than that. So the number of properties we've had in that area previously has reflected the level of demand. You're quite right. At the moment, we have families and other individuals we're having to place in accommodation that is not their desired area. But it comes back down to availability. We are really struggling, and not just in temporary accommodation, but our housing providers for properties in everyone's desired areas. So and as I said earlier, we're feeding into the housing needs and demand assessment to look at building properties in the areas where there is, you know, the support needs, the school, educational needs. But it will always depend when someone presents what's available at that time. And availability is not something we can predict. It really just depends what a housing association has got available at that time. And as I've tried to indicate in the report as well, what housing associations are reporting at the moment is a significant reduction in properties that are becoming vacant. There's a real slowdown in movement in the social sector, which is concertina, the pressure, you know, not only about increased demand from homelessness, but we've got reduced permanent accommodation solutions, which is presenting real challenges for people that are homeless and that have accommodation needs. But it's something we do actively work with strategic housing and our housing providers to get accommodation where people most need it.
Thank you, Lorna. Kim, does that answer your points?
Yeah, can I just come back to you on that? So how closely do we work with our other registered landlords, Lord Byrne, Wheatley? Because, I mean, in Dalbeattie alone, we have got huge areas that are solely Wheatley, solely Lord Byrne. Are they holding a number of properties at any point available? Or, again, is it they have to wait until somebody leaves for something to become available? Thanks.
We work very closely with the RSLs. We will have what we call pre-allocation meetings. So we'll look at who's coming through homeless. We will work with those RSLs, see what properties are becoming available. Obviously, the RSLs have competing demands. They also have waiting lists. They also have our other priority programmes like the resettlement programmes that they have to meet demands for as well. But where we have a particular homeless need, and particularly if we have, if it's a large family or it's somebody with a support need, we will look to see the next property that becomes available. We will discuss it to see if the homeless is the most suitable allocation for it. So those meetings are happen on a regular basis. Particularly weekly, and Lorburn being our larger one, we will have them more often, more frequently than than monthly if they've got properties becoming available. And also we'll have very early discussions with them if they've got any new developments coming off. So there is a development in Dalbeattie that will be coming off, I think it's July. So we're already in very early discussions with those housing providers to see what numbers can be allocated to homelessness, what numbers can we take of those for temporary accommodation, but also looking at anybody they do allocate from their waiting list of the properties that they vacate, what percentage can come to homeless and how we can discharge. So there is I can assure you, very active conversations with all providers regarding availability.
Thank you for that, Lorna. Kim, does that answer your point?
That's great. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, I have one final speaker. We've got Councillor Slater.
Well, first of all, congratulations to yourself and Vice Chair for your positions. The question it's about the pods that they were going to possibly build, and apparently that's not going to happen now. But the other part of the question is, I believe there's a number of people who are offered position to live in this area and rural areas, but quite a lot of them actually refuse. They prefer to live in the city areas. That's probably a question for Harry. Thank you very much.
Okay, Harry, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you. Certainly, to fully discharge our homeless responsibilities, if somebody presents as homeless, we have got to assess that application and gauge it against the unintentionally homeless criteria. So even if somebody, comes from a more urban area and they present at one of our offices, we deal with that as an application. Clearly, as part of that process, there may well be issues that we need to factor in terms of perhaps family connections elsewhere, etc., as well as I think it's already been mentioned by a number of members, their particular housing requirements. That's all taken into consideration. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I did say the final speaker, but another two have just sneaked in. So we'll do these and then we'll go to the recommendations. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was hoping to go to the recommendations after my question, however. We're asked to agree in 2.1 the assurance statement, and I think it's imperative that if we are going to agree that we need to put the urgency in the actual statement. I mean, if we're being asked to agree it, we need to amend it to be agreed. That's my first point. The second point on the Gypsy Travellers, and I may declare an interest that I live in Cullen. That's the only thing. However, there are families who pay rent that live in the actual Travellers site itself. They send their children to the local school, for example. Now, if that, if you paid rent for a house, for example, and you fell below the standards that's required, you'd be hauled up in front of the Scottish Government. But bearing that in mind, that the appraisal is asking for the £2 million improvement fund. Now, is that this year's, although it says it's been set aside, however, is that this year's budget, or are we waiting until next year to put the £2 million into Cullen site? Thank you.
If I could come back on the first point, the assurance statement, it's a factual position. Our factual position right now. I do agree that there was an administrative error. The date is incorrect. It will be corrected to 2023. And you have the assurance of this committee that we are going to look at as a period of a matter of urgency. So I don't really think that needs to go in the factual statement that's going forward. But I'll go to Harry for the other points.
Thank you. Yeah, as you've indicated, Chair, this is a statement for last financial year. So clearly there needs to be a bit of context provided in terms of what is happening to deal and respond to the issues, but as a factual position reflective of 22-23. In terms of the standard of the accommodation, clearly as part of our ongoing liaison with the Scottish Housing Regulator, that is, as Vlad mentioned in a response to an earlier question, we keep that dialogue going with the Scottish Housing Regulator, and there are regular returns provided to them that gives them information that they require in terms of discharging their responsibilities. But I think in terms of the wider issues, I'm sure that will be something that will be addressed in the report that will be forthcoming later on this calendar year. Thank you, Chair.
John?
If I may come back in, Chair, thank you for that. So if I'm picking up Harry right, the 2 million that's been set aside was from last year. Have we got permission to take that over to this year?
Harry?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not entirely sure how much of that allocation has ultimately been secured and or spent, but quite happy to get that information and provide more detail to members.
It doesn't quite answer the question. Have we got permission to take it into this financial year?
Through you, Chair, certainly happy to try and clarify that as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you for that, Harry. If we go to Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me back in, Chair. It's just, it's similar as well. As we move towards the recommendations, it's just on process and governance. It's in relation to, and I think Councillor Dorward asked the question originally in 3.2.6, and Lorna and her team and the Homeless Department do a fantastic job. Really welcome this additional resource. But and it's maybe I've missed it some previously, but this was the first I was aware that we'd secured additional funding and recruitment was ongoing. So I'm just wondering, from a governance kind of process and financial implications, has this been, because I would expect it either to have came to a previous committee or a relevant committee, and it would, with recommendations. So I'm just wondering, what the process was for this.
Harry, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yep, certainly in terms of wider resources, they've previously been reported to Communities Committee, and the extension of the Welfare and Housing Options team was part of the agreed budget at full council recently. That's been a project that has been ongoing for a number of years, and the performance and impact of that regularly gets reported to this committee. And the extension of that up until the end of March 2024 was one of the agreed budget allocations in the most recent agreed council budget. Thanks, Chair.
Just to come back on that, Harry, it might have been helpful a sentence in 3.26, just given the history behind that.
Yeah, okay, we'll take that on board. Certainly, in terms of any future reports, very happy to provide kind of narrative, just so it makes it as easy as possible for members to understand how it's funding and whether it's recurring or whether it's for a defined period. That's absolutely no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, members. I think you'll agree we've certainly scrutinised that paper. I'll now move to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.4 with the amendment to the date in 2.1?
Yes, I was going to ask you the additions to the statement to the housing regulator that you've agreed need to be made. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So just come in. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Just to assure members, the points made about the Cullen site are well made and fully considered to be essential. The Council has clearly an audit trail on this matter of the importance attached to it, so the points are will be acted upon, and before the statement's issued we'll absolutely clarify the points raised about the £2 million Scottish Government fund, just to assure members, and if there's any suggestion, if there's anything that raises a concern to officers, members will be alerted immediately. But I don't think there are any concerns, but clearly we'll make sure that we've assured ourselves of that before the statement is submitted. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you for that, Derek. And thank you, Harry, for your input, and thank you, Lorna, for your input. I think you should go for a lie down now. If we go to item 5, Strategic Framework, Area Committee Discretionary Budget 2023-24, a report by the Head of Community Services. The purpose of this report is to agree the strategic framework and timetable for the Area Committee Discretionary Budget for 2023-24. Richard Greaveson is available to take any questions on the report, with Derek Hextall available to answer any specific questions. Thank you. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I have nothing to add to the report, members, but through you, Chair, as you said, Derek and I are more than happy to answer any questions members have.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. The only question I've got really is about 3.1 and how we work out what the different amounts are. It's pretty much following the pattern we've used over a number of years now, but did we not include rurality in that as well? So there was a reflection on the rural areas rather than just purely population. And I thought that was in the last few years when we've actually put this discretionary funds to the area committees. Might be wrong, but I thought there was something to do with that. I'm just wondering how we actually take account of extreme rural issues, especially in the Stewartry and Wickneyshire and parts of Arndale and Eskdale, and even then parts of Nestdale up in Upper Nestdale ward.
Richard, would you like to come in on that?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, to the best of my knowledge, the allocations have been calculated this year in the same way as they had through previous years. But if I may, I'll ask Derek to come back in and just confirm that, or otherwise through you, Chair.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thanks very much. Members, my understanding is, Councillor Ferguson, is that the model you're referring to is used for the poverty and inequalities budget, where we take on board rurality, statistics around free school meals, etc. And it's a different representation there in terms of the proportionality breakdown. The formula that's in front of us today is the one that we've used over a number of years, which takes on board the population and the SIMD data. If members are minded, we could bring forward a future report to review that, taking rurality on board. But at the moment, the percentages that are reflected are similar to previous years, as Richard refers to.
Would members wish a future report? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm kind of in mind here where we should be thinking about standardising the way we actually allocate to area committees. And I thank Derek for his explanation, but you know, it seems bizarre that we're actually not doing it for the discretionary grants, but we're actually doing it for the anti-poverty stuff. It'll not make that much difference, to be honest, but at least then people are seeing that we're taking into account the issues in remote rural areas in Dumfries and Galloway.
Derek, will you take that into account?
Yes, Chair, happy to take that on board. The rationale that's been used previously is that discretionary budgets fund sort of civic activity. So we didn't feel, our members didn't feel it appropriate to use the tackling poverty and inequalities formulas for their allocations, but happy to take that on board, Chair, and to reflect with colleagues and bring forward a future report on those percentages.
That's lovely. Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, similar to Councillor Ferguson, but at 3.2, it's the different allocations at the table. It's just the 25.71%, Derek or Richard, whoever's got to answer this. The allocation to Annandale and Eskdale, does that take into account the fact that Annandale South and Annandale North have fairly chunky parts of Nithsdale in it?
Yeah, through you, Chair, yes, it will do. It will take into consideration the geographic boundary for Annandale and Eskdale.
Okay, thanks, Derek. But Chair, if you don't mind, just something like get your mic off. That's it. Do some absolutely clear so for instance, Annandale and Annandale South has a chunk of the Nithsdale in it. The proportion is reflected of the funds being allocated. I take it you're saying it's geographical. So right up to Bank-End, Clansfield, so on and Moosehole, so on and so forth, all sits within there. So that's reflected in the allocation historically. I just wanted the reassurance in regards to that.
Again, through you, Chair, so the percentage, whilst there's elements of Nithsdale sit within a ward boundary, those elements of Bank-End, etc., would be included in the Nithsdale area committee. So they would be, it's based on the formal district locality boundaries. So the not ward boundaries, it would be based on if you're in Nithsdale, you would apply for funding through the Nithsdale area committee. So that would be included in the Nithsdale element. So the 39.69, the 25.71 for Annandale and Eskdale only counts the Annandale and Eskdale elements. So one bit a ward may sit within two districts, if that makes sense, Councillor Crothers.
It does, Derek. It's something I brought up in the past. I think needs resolved, so I'll bring that up through a seminar that we've got ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. We maybe need to be careful about overcomplicating what is a simple exercise. I'm all for taking into account rurality. I've got one of the biggest SIMD areas in the whole of Scotland in my ward, but that's only useful if you then go to take the money and spend it in that particular area. Otherwise, you're just using a formula to increase or decrease the overall budget that folk have. And I would say that it's fine the way it is and just go on with it. I'm not in a bun fight about it, but I just think we do it as simply as possible and no further complicate matters.
I think the agreement in that is that we will bring forward a future report and we'll consider the implications of it when that report's presented. I have no other questions, so I'm happy to move to the recommendation. Are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.3 with an additional 2.4 that will bring forward a future report on the options available? We go to item 6. Developing a shared action plan with Dumfries and Galloway Youth Council, a report by the Head of Community Services. This report presents the proposed actions from the joint meeting of the full Council and Dumfries and Galloway Youth Council, which relate to the service areas delegated to the Communities Committee. Members are asked to consider the proposed actions and the information and how these can be progressed if supported. Richard Greaveson is available to take any questions on the report. Members, Councillor Dempster.
Just one, Chair, and it's on page 49, the second section, Economy and Resources Group. Create a dedicated youth spaces for within existing council buildings, Stewart and Mid and Upper Nithsdale. Well, we've got leisure and sport buildings in Upper Nithsdale, which are this committee. We've got common good buildings, which Economy and Resources don't have the right to make judgment on. And I have raised concerns about the proposed actions. I would expect if there'd been in this committee a framework that will a community, I don't care what committee it is, there should be a community consultation, should also be part of the budget process. And I think community, and of course ward members, but the community consultation go beyond community councils because it's a significant step away from what's been standard practice, and it's only apparently in 2 areas in the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. So keen to see that we do engage fully if we intend to use any of the facilities that are in the department or responsibility of this committee. Thanks, Chair. And of course, I'll try and do that with other committees or at full council if we don't have direct responsibility for them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I understand there are other areas that have similar issues, and Councillor Douglas is one. Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning, members. I have spoken to officers about this morning, but on the back of your point, Councillor Dempster, I'd just like to raise the point on page 49 in the appendix with regards to the fact that it does seem to just be council buildings. I would like it noted by members and officers that we're already quite far down the line with a project in the Stewartry for a non-council building with regards to youth spaces. So, you know, I don't want it just to be limited to council buildings if that's possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Richard, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for your questions. Happy to confirm that, as you're aware, that obviously these matters, because there was a number of requests made of the council to look at facilities, properties that are available for young people, both internal to the council and with partners and external, that this matter was reported through the Economy and Resources Committee as the service committee responsible for property and architectural services. However, clearly there needs to be a joining up of work across the two departments, and you have my commitment through the youth work team together with property and architectural services that will make sure that that's the case, and we'll keep members updated as we progress matters.
Thank you for that. Councillor Davis.
I also would like to congratulate yourself, Ian and Jackie, on your new positions. I'm referring to page 47 on paragraph 3.3 regarding the trial late night openings for the library facilities. I take it that's a typo when it says between March and June 2022. It should read 2023.
I would assume so, but Richard, can you come back?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, Councillor. I think it probably is a typo, yes.
Thank you. That was all.
Councillor Dempsey, you wanted to come back in?
Just to say, Chair, and I should have said at the outset, I've had a discussion with Mark Malloy, been really constructive, and Mark knows my views, so I wouldn't want Mark to think I'm somehow not including him, because he was good enough to contact me, and I've had discussions with him about my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Page 47, 3.3.3.1 at the bottom, the list of the service centres that have been made available. There are none in the Stewartry, and we have 3 secondary schools. And I just really kind of want that to be noted as to how we can develop that from the point of view of exam study. And the other thing is page 49, under proposed actions, is it possible to have an update on the auto enrolment for the under 22 bus card, but also the numbers as they are for the total numbers of young people have now got these cards? Thanks.
Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Specific to thank you, Councillor, for the question. Specific to the first point at 3.3.3.1, the specific request of young people for this service committee was to look at the library's facilities over and above school provision that might be available, but more than happy to through education colleagues to make sure that those conversations continue to happen in terms of access for our young people to the school estate out with the school day in terms of meeting their needs. And in terms of the second point, more than happy again through you, Chair, to make sure members receive an update for all of those items updated in terms of education and learning group.
Thank you. That answer your question, Kim?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I now have a final speaker, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to clarify again, it's 3.3.3. And the late night studying opportunities. I don't see any reference to facilities being made available in the Stewartry. Just if Richard could clarify why that is, please.
Richard.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Campbell. I'm actually wondering if Harry Hayes still on the call through you, Chair. Harry's responsible for these services, and obviously it's Harry's team and with Elsa Freeman who've been working directly with Mark and the team in terms of youth work. If through you, I could refer that to Harry. Thank you.
Harry, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Quite happy to. Yeah, so the locations that are detailed in the report are the locations that the young people themselves specifically has asked to be explored, and obviously the service has been very happy to do that. The commitment we've also given is that we will continue to monitor in conjunction with the young people. We've said that it would be great if we could get feedback in terms of how that is going. And collectively, we've said that if it's something that needs to be replicated, to be rolled out, developed further, then the service will be more than happy to do it. Hopefully that clarifies the situation. This has been very much influenced and led by the young people, and the service has been very pleased to try and collaborate with them and facilitate what they'd hope to achieve out of this. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Harry. And David, you just managed to sneak in as the gate was closing.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about 3.3.3. It's regarding late night opening libraries late at night, and obviously there's a cost factor here as well. What would the cost of that be against normal opening hours? Thank you.
Harry, would you like to come back in on that?
Yeah, quite happy to cover that. Again, in conjunction with the young people, what we agreed is that we would incorporate this allocation within existing opening hours. We looked at previous usage patterns, etc., and where possible, tried to match the requests from the young people. So this has been able to be delivered with an existing resource. We, as I say, are going to continue to monitor that, and if at any time that needs to be expanded, then clearly we'll have to take into consideration the revenue budget consequences as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No further speakers.
Chair, if I could, please. It's just, I was going to ask a follow-up question to Harry. Harry, it's just to clarify, when you made reference to this being led by young people, as it should be, but can you confirm if any Stewartry young people were involved in those discussions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My understanding is that when the original action plan was developed, there was young people from across the region that were involved in that. The agreed joint plan was approved by the full council, and then subsequent to that, it gets referred to the appropriate service committee. Hence why it's there today to be considered. So yeah, as part of the overall process. As far as I'm aware, young people from across Dumfries and Galloway were involved in that. Thanks, Chair.
I think just to clarify, you'll still be looking to see if there is a future demand, should it arise.
Yeah, absolutely. We've given the commitment that the impact of this will be reviewed, and if it needs to be replicated or revised moving forward, more than happy to look at that.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, then I'll go to the recommendations.
Thanks very much for letting me in, Chair. Nothing to do with the report here, but I'm actually it's a suggestion. It's becoming increasingly obvious that the Youth Council are getting more and more involved in issues that involve this committee as opposed to education and learning. Right? Because there's significant, well, even if you look at the proposed actions from the joint meeting the 3rd of November, there's 4 for this committee, there's 3 for economy and resources, and there's 3 for education and learning. So how do we as a committee actually get the input from the young people unless we offer them a place here on this committee so that they can actually sit in here with us, discuss it with us and take their points of view on board, because they have leads for each of these service areas, I believe. So it's a question, is it doable? Is it something we can do?
I'll refer to the Director.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. And I would certainly believe that it's possible. It would be a matter in the first instance for the review of Standing Order Subcommittee to consider in the first instance, and therefore that's something we can take forward through that subcommittee. Clearly, I would believe that all council reports should fully engage relevant parties in their preparation. So therefore, one of the aspirations we should always aspire to is that when we bring forward reports, all relevant stakeholders have been involved as appropriate to shape and influence the recommendations that come forward. So it's really important that we continue to uphold that principle to enable members to make informed decisions. Whether there is advantages, disadvantages involving young people as voting, non-voting members, all of the options, more than happy if you wish for that to be considered as part of the work of the subcommittee I referred to, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Dempster, is that on the same subject?
It's the same point, Chairman. Where do we do with the old people's consultative groups with the mothers that have children at nursery? We're being specific here about one group, and I'm very aware that they have a valued role, but it shouldn't be exclusive. We should be either be completely inclusive, or as the director said, we engage with all different agencies, groups, and report back to this committee. So I'd be very concerned if we were making special dispensation for one group.
My understanding on this one, it was an action for the full council that we do engage with this group. It was also an action with the full council that we no longer have champions on the older people group, but we still consult with them. Councillor Davis.
It was just on page 49 under the appendix for the communities group. I was just wondering, under point 2, has there been any more work done about creating the taster card for the young people, which followed up from the joint meeting on the 3rd of November 22?
Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeing Harry's face pop on the screen again. Leisure and Sport, Harry, one of Harry's services, Chair. So through you, I'll refer to Harry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, indeed, the taster sessions have now been launched, and similar to the late night study sessions, young people have agreed to keep us posted about the impact of that, how they found it, etc., and have also agreed to be, I guess, ambassadors for the service to try and promote other young people to come along and participate, which is really what it's all about. It's just about ensuring accessibility and promoting the fantastic range of leisure and sport services that we've got across the region. So yeah, the scheme is launched, and the intention is to report back on the exact impact and findings of that at a later date. Thanks, Chair.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Chair.
I have one final point, and then I'm definitely moving to recommendation. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. It was just in the back of Councillor Campbell's point. Myself and my fellow elected members in my ward did have a discussion with this, the inclusivity of the young people in meetings such as this one. And they very much, I know it's only a small sample, but they very much agreed with us that they would push any queries through ourselves for these committee meetings, as they were not prepared to take time off their schoolwork at present. But again, small sample possibly needs looked into. Thanks, Chair.
Right, thank you for that. I'll now move to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree with the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3? Go to item 7, development of a burial ground strategy for Dumfries and Galloway. The scope and consultation mandate. Report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report asks members to agree the initial scope for the future development of the burial ground strategy for Dumfries and Galloway, and to agree the consultation mandate to formally seek information from our communities, families, partners, stakeholders, interfaith groups, which will directly inform the strategy. Harry Hay is available to take any questions on the report, with Karen Brownlee also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Members. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chairman. They say knowledge is power, and that members should make decisions with using as much information to hand as they have. So for 30 seconds, I will tell you, Chairman, this request to the Director to bring this report came about because of what happened in Kirkconnell and Killahome when this council opened a new cemetery there. There was a huge amount of work in with Councillor Syme, and eventually he was told there were no areas available except a bit of ground in the outskirts of Killahome, a peat bog. And we put in a burial ground with a dirt track leading up to where folk were being interred. Have you ever watched a Western film with the stagecoach going across the prairie and the clouds of dust billowing behind it? That was happening in Kirkconnell when we were trying to lay folk to rest. There were no paths and folk were up to their ankles in water trying to bury their loved ones. And a charity, a furniture project in Killahome, paid McKee £12,000 to surface the road up to the cemetery. That's how embarrassing the situation was for a burial ground in Kirkconnell. Thankfully, none of the officers that were responsible are responsible today. I'm very pleased to tell members that our team, both the street scene team and manager, are working hard to improve the conditions of Kirkconnell burial ground. But never mind, that's what happened in Kirkconnell. And 2 or 3 years ago, the director brought a report to this committee wanting us to set £1 million aside, or 960,000 to be exact, for a burial ground in Dumfries. And I was the first to compliment him and say, well done, it's the right thing to do. But we need a policy that sorts funding out for every burial ground in this region, not just Dumfries. And I'm concerned that in page 52, 3.6, the strategy scope, we recognise the finite nature of financial and land resources. We didn't recognise it when we found £1 million for Dumfries. And I do believe that and it's a good report, it suggests a way forward, but it should also identify a funding source, a regular funding source for future development of burial grounds, whether that be extensions or new grounds. The only other thing I would say, Chairman, and it's on the back of a bit of work that's being done now, and I don't want to go back over old ground, it's the Memorial Safety Project. I believe the council doing the right thing by checking the safety. I believe the council doing the right thing by ensuring that these memorials are made safe, but we need a wider discussion about how that happens, because of the 2 memorial masons that operate in Dumfries and Galloway. One tells me that he can afford 2 days a week to deal with 2 burial grounds. In Sankara alone, there are 130 headstones that need made safe. So therefore, that person would need 1.5 years just to fix Sankara. And we are doing burial grounds every day. We should really have a seminar, Chairman, on how we move forward with burial ground safety. And the last thing I'll tell you is I've done some research in this. North Ayrshire Council, section 23 in their document says that only North Ayrshire Council install memorial plinths. That was a discussion that was had at this committee 10 years ago, and we've not taken it forward. And if anyone goes and looks at the old headstones that are loose, you'll see it's a skimmy cement, a few bricks, and another skimmy cement. Not fit for purpose. And I know I've spoken to Karen about this. There is a policy today that sets out how a new plinth should be installed and the dimensions, etc. But I don't think building control check that. I don't think we any way knowing whether these requirements that we've put into our current policy are being followed or no. So I'd be keen to see a policy. We should have one. I'd be keen to see what it is and whether or no it needs refreshing in the light of the memorial headstone inspections that are currently being carried out. No criticism of and I'll repeat that, no criticism of the inspections, no criticism of the requirements. It's how we do that. And the other thing I'll tell you is a throwaway line. in planning, we don't ever introduce conditions that cannot be monitored, and we cannot monitor work in our burial grounds 24 hours a day. That's not possible. So it's quite possible that some works are being carried out that are unauthorised. It'd be better, I think, if we can engage with local businesses rather than only 2 businesses in the whole region that can carry out this work. But I'll leave that to the other members, Chair, and I realise it's quite a lengthy tirade I've had this morning.
I would certainly question your 30-second statement that you started off with. I think we've 2 things. We're here to agree the strategy which we have in front of us, and if members wish a future seminar on graveyard cemetery safety, that could be arranged. I don't see any issue with that. In fact, probably quite good for all of us that knowing the difficulties that were incurred. I've got Sean Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I welcome this report, and I welcome the development of the burial ground strategy. I'm just looking at the strategy scope, and particularly at 3.8.1, when it states the policy standards and maintenance. I take it that included in this consultation and development of the strategy, we will be looking at the grounds maintenance within burial grounds and cemeteries. And I can bet your bottom dollar that one of the most common requests across the region to councillors is for the consideration of implementation of a cut and collect policy. Some of our RSLs are doing it now, and I think if anywhere we need to actually implement a policy of cut and collect, it's within our burial grounds and cemeteries. So I'm aware that there'll be a cost to that. I think the Labour group inquired about that a couple of years back for a costing on a cut and collect. It's doable. So I've got no doubt that will figure in the consultation, but I'm just putting the marker down now, but also just to confirm that grounds maintenance is included in the strategy.
Thank you for that, Sean. I'm quite sure it will be included in the consultation, but we can also take it into consideration at a future seminar. Do we have anyone else coming in? Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm actually agreeing with you, Ian, in this one. My reading of this is the report to actually authorise the collection of information to take us to the next steps. And what Jim was talking about there would be discussed at the next steps. So without this authorisation today, the officers can't take it forward. This is an enabling paper rather than one going into fine detail today.
Okay, thank you. I have no further speakers, and I'm happy to move to the recommendations. Oh, we have. Oh, Councillor Ingalls.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, coming in late there. Just thank you, Karen, for this one. I know it's a while since I asked for a review of the costings of purchasing layers across the region to have a more level playing field for everybody. Yeah, so look forward to that coming forward. I'm assuming that will be captured within this as well. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. We'll now move to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.3? Members agreed?
Chairman, I include a seminar.
My apologies, and include a future seminar. If I now go to item 8, Scottish Government Play Park Funding Framework 2023 to 2026, a report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services, and I'm quite sure this won't have any discussion. This report provides members with an update in relation to the Scottish Government's Play Park Renewal Fund and seek members' agreement to allocate the Scottish Government's Play Park Renewal Fund across Dumfries and Galloway during the next 3 financial years, from 2023-24 to 25-26. Working with our communities, our council has been successfully improving play park facilities across the region. The importance of the play and healthy lifestyles has probably never been greater, so the opportunity to establish an additional 10 play parks reaffirms our commitment and ambition to this work. Harry Hay is available to take any questions on the report, with Karen Brownlee also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. Just say I'd like to congratulate the Scottish Government for the money put forward for this, but I've got 2 or 3 wee questions. I noticed Dalbeattie, it's gone back to Collison Park. Well, I know that Dalbeattie's awash with play stuff just now. There's one broken, but I think 2 lasses years ago had raised a lot of money through sponsorship. And I said there's maybe thinking about opening the toilets back up at the boat shed. Well, they were shut years ago because they weren't fit for purpose. And also it says an existing group who have indicated interest. Can I ask what the group was? And also I'd like to, I noticed in the chart it says that there's funding got to go to another place in Craigmath, but I think last year there was a communities meeting where we agreed that extra funding was got to be available for inclusive play parks, and I put for it Craigmath, and I think Councillor Marshall mentioned East Riggs. Can I ask if that's still in the pipeline, or are they just getting this one bit? Because I had a look at Craigmath this morning and they've only 4 wee bits of play area and 2 goalposts at Mucklands the year dot, and it's the biggest populated scheme in Dalbeattie for kids. I think there's 23 kids out of 51 houses. So I just want an update, please.
In relation to the fund is across Dumfries and Galloway, so obviously it's got to be spread across there. The Dalbeattie was identified. The local group that are interested, I believe, are the Dalbeattie Initiative. I asked the same question, who the local group was, but you could maybe come in on that one, Harry. Karen, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, yes, I can confirm that the local group that is interested is Dalbeattie Initiative, and if agreed by members, officers would work closely with the initiative. The initial indications is Colliston Park, due to the potential facilities, within the park, including, as Councillor Stitt has mentioned, the boat shed, which could potentially, we'd have to investigate it, but could potentially be used as a change in places toilet. So that's the initial thoughts, but obviously there would be wider consultation completed by the Dalbeattie Initiative, supported by council colleagues, to ensure that would be the correct location within Dalbeattie, as I say, if agreed by members. In terms of Craigmath, members will see an appendix. In the appendix, it's noted within that a multi-play unit will be replaced just in the next couple of months within that play area, which is part of the first 2 years allocation, 21 to 23. Thank you, Chair.
David, does that answer your points?
It doesn't a bit, but there'll be some happy parents up in Craigmath, I can tell you that.
Councillor Durward.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's heartening to see the funding coming from Scottish Government. I've got a couple of questions about criteria and priorities, if that's reasonable. In terms of the criteria, in terms of 2.3, it's agreed proposed plan for allocating funding for 10 inclusive play areas, which is great. Criteria regarding use of these funds at 3.2 is fairly clear. Definition is eligible play park is one which is local authority owned, managed or maintained. Play parks and private ownership are out with this. That's pretty clear. And in terms of principles, the 3.3, that's pretty clear as well. But can I ask, in terms of making a decision, how were these areas identified, and how were they prioritised? Because that isn't, as far as I can see, included in the report. And in terms of areas that are not included, is there any further planning in terms of how we take these forward as well? Thank you.
I think before I pass that on to Karen, with regards to the criteria, I also noted, I thought there were a bit of confusion in the criteria, where it mentions that one which is owned by local authority owned or maintained site designated for play, etc. and yet the next sentence, play parks and private ownership, and it goes on to say it would be out with the scope. So I would just like a wee bit of clarity on that one, if you could include that, Karen, as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dorwood, for your questions. So I'll take those in turns. So the 3.2 and 3.3 within the report has come directly from the Scottish Government in terms of the criteria that they've provided in relation to this funding. The element in terms of ownership is quite confusing, and we have asked that question. So what we have interpreted through discussions with the Scottish Government is obviously council-owned play areas can be invested in where we manage and maintain play areas, so such as the Wheatley Group's play areas. We currently manage and maintain 17 of those. They could be incorporated within that funding. But where there are commercial play areas or play parks, that's out with the scope. So that's the description that we've discussed with the Scottish Government. In terms of Councillor Dorwood's specific question in relation to how have the 5 play areas been identified and prioritised, as you will see within section 3.23 of the report, this outlines the rationale behind the 5 groups and communities which have been highlighted for members to consider today. These 5 groups have very much been intimated, and officers are actively working with these communities, and they've all intimated the potential and keenness to develop inclusive play areas, including the auxiliary facilities within each of their communities. Each of these locations have also got the amenities that would allow us to develop the full inclusive play areas, including auxiliary facilities, as detailed within the project plan and the guiding principles which we've previously used for the development of the previous 7 inclusive play areas. In relation to the next 5 locations, they haven't been identified yet, and the proposal would be that we would officers would come back to the October committee with potential proposals for the following or the next 5 proposed locations. I hope that answers your questions, Councillor Dorwood. Thank you, Chair.
Linda.
Thanks, Chair. If I can come back. Thanks for that. And that's a comprehensive answer. I appreciate it. My concern is, I get the 3.2.3, there's a table with criteria. I'm not getting where we've got consultation anywhere. I'm sorry, that's maybe I'm being a bit pedantic. I'm not usually as pedantic as that. But a big part of the criteria 3.34 national principles is about consultation with people, and I'm not seeing a lot of consultation being done in terms of this. And again, moving forward, if we can just add that on for the next 5, what are the plans for consultation with communities going forward? Because I think that's absolutely vital in terms of where we allocate our resourcing, or a vital part of where we allocate our resourcing. Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. There have been elements of consultation with the 5 communities that are listed within 3.2.3, both from an officer to community group perspective, but also from a community group to a wider community perspective. Part of the future work, if agreed by members today, would be that robust consultation supported by officers, led by principal partners within the wider communities. And absolutely, I take on your point in terms of consultation process in relation to the allocation of the potential next 5 locations. Thank you.
Thank you. I may be wrong. When Linda mentioned consultation, you've mentioned the 5 that are up here for recommendation. What about communities that have not been recommended? What consultation took place that went to them to see how they could be identified in future?
Thank you, Chair. The 5 locations that have been identified currently are very much due to the fact that officers are currently actively working with these communities to progress, developed play areas and inclusive facilities within their community. Other consultation officers continue to work with many groups across the region at different scales and within different sizes of communities and will continue to do so. But the 5 locations that are in front of you are very much determined by the active work that is taking place at this current time. Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps with the next 5 we could look at a kind of wider consultation to see if there are other areas that could be identified that probably weren't really aware of this situation. If we go on to Councillor Campbell.
No, it's me, I think. Is it me,
yes,
Chair?
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for your report, Karen. Since 2017, I think all-inclusive play parks have been mooted, and it's actually been a success for this committee to drive that forward. Initially, we put £500,000 in that particular aspect of delivering all-inclusive play parks, and this is a welcome report. It's a further way of getting more of these inclusive play parks. I also welcome the funding from the Scottish Government. When you look at the appendix on page 67, yes, there's a few £1,000s spent on a number of those play parks. However, in my view, I think the all-inclusive play parks are the way forward. It's a testament to this council and a testament to this committee to drive these forward. So I'm looking forward to that. Just on the points of 3.2.3 and the list of 5 in number all-inclusive play parks, I'm just wondering from Karen, who were the identified leads in this, and is there an opportunity, I know this is the first tranche, but is there an opportunity maybe just to put an extra one in there, or if one comes forward that could be driven quicker than some of the others that could be put in there, say for instance Eastriggs, for example. My other request is the £206,000 that's left over after we've identified the 10 all-inclusive play parks through that funding mechanism. There's the Lochmaben Victory Park requesting a small amount, and could that also be taken forward through this committee? Thanks, Chair.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully I've managed to note the questions. Councillor Campbell, firstly, thank you very much for your comments. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the inclusive play developments has brought significant benefits, not just to the local communities, but also visitors coming into our local area. And obviously it's secured best value, whereby communities have been able to match fund and therefore maximise the investment within communities. So thank you for your comments in relation to that. With regards to 3.23 and the identified groups, I can move through that. So in Whithorn, it is a group that are set up and have now established as a SKIO, and that's a group of parents within Whithorn. and officers have been working with that group for a significant number of months now. Gatehouse, it would be the trust. Dalbeattie is the initiative. Sanker, potentially the trust have certainly indicated that they're very keen to move forward with an inclusive play development, but also the community council within Sanker are very keen to support that. And then in Canonby, that is the local group in Canonby, and I can't quite remember their name, but I'll share that with members after the committee if that is okay. In terms of adding other play areas, if members took that decision today, then officers would progress that. In relation to Eastriggs, Eastriggs was considered but hasn't been progressed at this moment in time due to the fact that Eastriggs is not actually owned by Dumfries and Galloway Council. It is owned by the Melbourne Park SKIO. However, under a historical agreement, it is maintained by Dumfries and Galloway Council. The SKIO, members may be aware, but have also received previously £65,000 through the land asset allocation in 2019 for drainage works and £45,000 in 2021 for developers' contributions, which is still to be utilised. And I did have a discussion with Councillor Marshall with regards to this yesterday. That would be able to be match fund against. Officers haven't recently been actively working with that SKIO, but both the SKIO and officers are very keen to proactively work together to effectively support the community to achieve their ambitions in the future. And your last point, Councillor Campbell, was in relation to the 206,000, which would remain from the 1,456,000 as detailed in Table 2. What we're asking members today is to agree that this allocation would go towards the replacement of equipment over the next 3 years, determined by the external plate inspections. Now, the one play area highlighted there was Victory Park in Lochmaben. Officers, and this is one of the groups that officers work with and will continue to work with to support their ambitions in the future of the developing of their play areas. And we have confirmed with that group that if agreed by members today, there is items of equipment needing replaced within that play area, and therefore an allocation of funding could be provided to the community to ensure best value, and in essence additional equipment could be purchased collaboratively between council and the community council within Lochmaben. I hope that answers the questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We now go on to Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I possibly might be accused initially of being parochial, but I promise I'm not. I just want to make a wider point about how the Council supports community organisations and groups. And obviously, as a ward member, I'm really pleased to see Gatehouse on the table. As Derek knows, we successfully supported a community group in Gatehouse to fundraise and construct a play park in Riverbank in Gatehouse. And the point I want to make is that they are now focusing their attention on fundraising for a mugga in Gary's Park. And it's important, I think, that we support them in that. And I know that the ward officer is already in discussions with them, but that is also involving Gatehouse Development Trust, and it's just to make that distinction between play park and mugga, because I think play park is obviously for the benefit of younger children, and the mugga can be a resource for older children. But as long as I've got an assurance that because the community are driving forward with a mugga, that is seen as a less focus on the construction of a play park in the park. Thank you.
I think from the MUGA itself is out with the scope, but the play park is obviously included in it. Yeah. We've got Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Karen, for the report. And may I just put it on record, thanks to yourself and the team, including Nicola Simpson, for the hard work done in a certain area for the fantastic all-inclusive play park that will be implemented later this year. And I won't mention where, if you're being parochial. Also, Karen, the play park on school ground at Lochfoot was recently removed due to safety concerns. May we, as ward members, have your assurance that officers will continue to work in conjunction with that community, with the community groups on place plans to ensure that Lochfoot meets the criteria to possibly be considered for the next tranche of funding for a replacement play park? Thank you.
Cam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, for your question. In relation to Lochfoot, that particular play area is based within the school grounds. Now, certainly through the community assets team, we've been supporting the school and education services to initially make safe. So therefore, we removed that play equipment for the school, and we will continue to work directly with both the Parent Council and the education services to replace that piece of equipment if that is how the school would like to progress. In relation to place planning and I guess the wider ethos of play within Lochfoot and that community, absolutely we'll continue to work with ward officers and the wider community to support them to achieve their future ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a question for Karen. In Oakfield Drive, Georgetown, Dumfries, it's quite a large... Sorry? It's quite a large park there, but it's very sparse in equipment. It's a very well-used park. It's approximately 150 metres by 150 metres, so it is obviously quite large. And I would like to think that possibly some of the equipment could be upgraded there or additional equipment put in there, because it's a busy park in that area. Thank you.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Slater, I don't have the specifics in relation to Georgetown play area at this current time, but I'm more than happy after committee to look into that and come back to yourself and other members with the detail, if that would be okay.
Yes, that'd be lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, as well, I mean, I totally welcome the fact, 1.25 million for 10 potential play parks across Dumfries and Galloway is fantastic. Probably once in a decade or longer opportunity to do this. I am a little bit concerned. Obviously, I'm involved in Easter eggs, as is the other local members. And probably unique in a way because I can remember for the last 70 years, it's probably the only, I don't think the council own any land in Easter eggs, so there's only one play park, about 6 or 7 pieces of play park equipment, and the council have maintained that for 70 years. So it is a unique position. I do feel, though, when you look at the funding was kind of agreed in October, so there's been very little time to actually speak to all principal partners, etc. And whilst I appreciate it's officers that have selected these 5, I think it's important for this amount of money at 1.25 million that we're seen to be open and transparent. We have a proper scoring criteria. We have a list of all the contenders, because there is, apart from the one that I know, but I'm sure there's others as well. So my first question would probably be, why we need to take a decision on these 5 at the moment, because none of them will be delivered until 2024-25, 2025-26. And probably my preferred option was to get a report back in October, not in the 5, but to see all the contenders and have a proper scoring mechanism in place and then select the 10 there. If that can't be done and members want to go ahead today with taking decision on 5 that have been selected, then, the suggestion that if there's ones that are at a more advanced stage, and I can think of one in my ward, that really it's been no fault of them for why progress has been halted. There's a planning application in that's been in the council for a year now, and that is on the master plan, which includes the plans for the play park. So the reason why there was engagement with officers earlier on a few years back, but we decided because of resource time for officers that we would wait until we came back in a position which we should have been about 6 months ago to engage again, because we're now in the process of actually going forward and actually getting that play park implemented. So I do feel that the process has been flawed, and I think Karen said herself, with other 5, they would undertake extensive consultation. And my fear is that, why didn't we do that with the first 5? So I'll leave that at the moment, but I do prefer that we can defer this. I don't think it'll affect the timescales, and we have a proper report. We have a proper scoped out list with the criteria and the scoring, etc., and members can then take the decision on the 10. But if they do want to go ahead with the 5 today, I do feel that there is a contender in there that's been ignored that should be considered.
Karen, before you come back in on that one, could you make reference to what the requirement is for us to make that decision just now? Would there be any timescale issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The reason for proposing 5 of the potential 10 inclusive play area developments at this current time, many members will be aware that the 7 inclusive play areas that we have developed and continue to develop do take a significant time to progress. We have got a criteria that we need to follow in order to develop those, which would include consultation with the wider community, then grant funding and funding towards match funding against the 125k in each location. We would then have to progress procurement options for inclusive play, auxiliary facilities and changing places toilets. So there is a significant lead-in time, and the reason for, as I say, for suggesting that the initial 5 was to allow officers to start that work with key principal partners as soon as we possibly could, to allow the development of those within the financial year 24-25. Thank you, Chair.
Sean, would you like to come back in on that?
Not at the moment, thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chairman. Certainly support Sean, Councillor Marshall, in regards to the settlements he's putting forward. I wouldn't go to the vote certainly over whether it's deferred or not, because I know exactly where the status is in regards to Melbourne Park. There's a slight certainly one they can misinform the committee, but it's not the Melbourne Park Linfield Trust stroke Skier that owns it. It's in different ownership. But I suppose my question comes back to the point. So there's 3 different play parks in Arndale South Ward, for instance, where so you've got Braycock, you've got Eastriggs and you've got Glansfield, where it's all in community ownership. So I don't know if that comes in. It's a private to a degree, but it's the ownership currently in Eastriggs, for example, now belongs to a trust formed in 1961. So it's always been in community ownership. And it's the criteria, I think it's Councillor Dogwood that touched on it earlier, it's the criteria whether it can fit or not. So whether it's Eastriggs or whether it's Braycock or whether it's Glansfield, just trying to broaden that question, they're all in community ownership. They're all maintained by the local authority, by Dumfries and Galloway Council. Would they fit into the criteria, taking that into consideration?
Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Carruthers, for your question. Part of the Scottish Government criteria states if the local authority manages or maintains sites. I would be keen to have a further discussion with the Scottish Government to ensure that my reading of that criteria was accurate. But as you have rightly said, as has Councillor Marshall, the Council historically maintain these sites. So within that criteria, it does look as if that would be the case, but I would like to take further advice from the Scottish Government just to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you. Comfortable with that?
I think that's correct, Karen. I think that paragraph is a bit confusing, as I started off by saying, and I think it certainly needs clarity before we start extending the scheme to other play parks that may not, in fact, fall within the criteria. We go to Councillor Dempster.
Chairman, I would love to be parochial, but Sanker Enterprise Company have a development officer, hard-working young lady, and I didn't know that Karen had been in contact with that organisation there, Skio. I'm the chairman, so I'm leaving the meeting, Chairman, with not the chairman of the committee, obviously, it's Sanker Enterprise Company, so I'm leaving the meeting and declaring interest. My apologies, I didn't know that Karen had been in contact with our officer for discussions in relation to that. So I will declare an interest, Chairman, and leave the meeting. I'll go and see if lunch is ready.
I can answer that one. Lunch is not ready. Councillor Durwood.
Apologies, Chair, I didn't quite hear that due to the slight disturbance there. Thank you. Building on, thank you for allowing me back in again, but building on what Councillor John Campbell has mentioned in terms of perhaps extending the list, I know that Karen's mentioned about Eastriggs, about having previous funding, which is laudable, but not part of the criteria for selection. So I would urge people to perhaps just take that as it is. It's great that previous funding has been supplied. Councillor John Campbell did ask of this committee that Eastriggs is included, and as far as I am aware, and this is not parochial on my behalf, Eastriggs is almost ready to go in terms of development. So time is of the essence. Having something on this list of 5, or adding to this list of 5, that would be ready to go would be good in terms of speed to market and us showing what we can do as a council. And also, Councillor John Campbell also mentioned Loch Maben Victory Park in terms of having additional equipment in regard to the appendix. I don't see any issue with that either, if it's doable. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. In respect of Loch Maben, I think Karen actually agreed that there will be equipment being replaced there. In relation to Eastriggs, where I see the issue, that we still have a bit of uncertainty on the definition. And I think maybe until that's sorted out, we shouldn't really be extending it to any more than the 5 that have been here. And that would leave also for wider consultation. I know that Jackie would like quite a few more in Wigton, for instance. But I think if we include, keep an eye on that one. But the decision today, I don't have any further speakers. Sorry, yeah, of course you can.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for letting me come back. I think, given the dubiety in terms of the criteria, it may be wise to defer then the decision, because we don't have an actual outcome on the criteria. If it's proposed to go back to Scottish Government in terms of the managed, maintained sites as opposed to the local authority owned sites, then it is open to interpretation. I totally understand that, and it's challenging to get a definitive interpretation of anything when you come to the public sector sometimes. So it's not a criticism of the officers involved at all. It may be useful to defer until we have a proper definition and then look to add or not. Just a thought. Thank you.
I think in relation to the definition, it doesn't really affect the 5 that have been put forward. They're very clearly under council ownership or control. With future, yes, I would agree. I don't think we should make any decision on that. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. I'm a wee bit worried here we're getting things conflated, because at 3.2, the agreed definition, it's to be free at the point of entry. It's only if it's owned by a private company and they're charging for access that it's no longer, or it's to do with a mugger or a multi-use or a dedicated sports field they fall out with. So we've not had any, I've not heard anything today that tells us that Eastriggs is going to charge. It's certainly a community-based organisation, so why would it meet the criteria?
I think that sentence, as it could be interpreted two ways. It could be in private ownership and those that require an entry fee. I think it's a simple clarification. It's not going to affect us. As we said, this is going to happen over a period of years, and we still have another 5 places to identify. I think it's only right that we get the true definition of that.
I would move we add it today, make it 6.
And we're not in a position to do that at this stage. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, if we defer it, it's not really going to change much of the criteria, in my view, because Councillor Ferguson's already reiterated, if it's requiring an entry fee, for example. However, we've already identified this money to go to 10 all-inclusive play parks, and we've identified so far 5. However, Karen obviously knows about Eastriggs, and that is a potential to be one of the 10. So I would go along with Councillor Ferguson and add it to the list at this moment in time.
You're certainly perfectly welcome to put forward a motion to that effect.
Yeah, well, that's what I was doing. Can I just come back in, Chair, if that's okay? The only downfall on not putting it in that list now is that historically, the other schemes, there's at least one always drags its feet or doesn't meet the times. So are we really going to wait until all these 5 are out the way before we start to bring in more in? So we'll just add to them now, because if we're going to agree 10, why not just go now? What's the point? Especially when Eastriggs is so far developed.
We've already discussed the feeling is there's been insufficient consultation, and what we're doing is making sure there's a wider consultation for the remaining. We're going to be asked to approve these 5 just now, but as I say, you're perfectly welcome to bring forward a motion to extend that. I personally don't think you've got enough information to do that, and you're cutting the remaining down to 4 that could be open right across the region.
So are you saying my motion's incompetent?
Not at all.
You are. You've just said it. I've moved that we actually added Eastriggs to the list. Councillor Campbell has seconded that, so we should move to a vote.
At no time did you mention you were putting forward a motion. That was a discussion, but I'm perfectly willing to accept that.
Well, excuse me, Chair, but I so move, to me, is moving a motion.
I think if you listen back to the tape, the mention I so move was never mentioned until now. We have a motion. In fact, we're not going to the recommendations yet, but we will do. I've certainly no further speakers in that, so if we move to the recommendations.
Chair, it's Councillor Ian Crowd.
Yeah, Ian.
Chair, I didn't really want to get into this level of debate, but I just if you don't mind, if I can just give certainly my feeling towards this, what's just been moved as a motion there from Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Melbourne Park Plainfield Trust was formed 6-7 years ago now, probably 7 or 8. It was myself that formed it, put it together after a request from the community of Eastriggs and Dornoch in particular. It was put together. The scheme was formed, and we've got over 100 members now on that scale. We have never formally asked the council as a trust to come and put that forward as an inclusive park. There'll be no resistance whatsoever from the trust when that decision is made, but we've never formally asked, as Councillor Marshall's alluded to, we had a discussion as a trust with Nicholas Simpson in regards to a number of things, and that was one, if my recollection is correct. There's a service level agreement between a trust called the Eastriggs and Dornoch Community Council, 1961 Trust, three members sitting. That's Councillor Brodie, myself, and a local church elder. So we are in real terms elders. And it's been very uncomfortable in this conversation, the motions that's been put forward, because I know exactly what the status is, the business plans, where the planning status is, and a number of things and conditions are still to be ironed out. We're in discussions that's going through a planning process. I maybe should remove myself from the meeting at this point. But I personally, if I was sitting in the chair with the knowledge that I would rule the motion incompetent. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll take advice now.
Thank you, Chair. It's obviously for the Chair to determine whether there's a motion's competent or not. The advice as a governance officer would always be as to whether you feel you have the information before you to make the decision.
As Councillor Carruthers mentioned, that as far as he's aware, there have been no communication with that group. Whether or not they would like to apply on that, I certainly don't have the knowledge for that. And in that respect, I would say at this stage, if that is the case, is someone going to preempt what I'm going to say here?
The problem is, Councillor Carruthers just said he thought he should have removed himself from this room when this was discussed. Yeah. So his contribution should be void. Right? What we're saying here is it should be added to the potential list, because that's what that is. Right? That's all I'm asking you.
Could you let me finish, please?
Yeah.
Right. I'm prepared to accept the motion and put it to a vote. Do we have any other suggestions on this? Whether or not East Ridge should be?
Chair, just myself, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Same as Councillor Carruthers, I'd like to declare an interest, and if it's going to vote, I'll just remove myself from that from the meeting until that vote is concluded. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Ferguson if we disregard what Councillor Marshall said in that case?
Absolutely.
Right, do we have any other suggestions on that? I personally would like to move that we go with the recommendations. It's the recommendations contained within 2.1 to 2.5. I think the only one that we're in question with is the, someone point out, 3.3.
Happy to second that. Happy to second that, Chair.
Okay, Claire, we've got a motion and an amendment. Before we go to that, do we have agreement on the other recommendations? That's 2.1, 2.2, 2.4 and 2.5. Yep. We're going to vote in 2.4, 2.3, sorry.
Chair, could we just have clarification on what the motion is, yeah. The wording of it, thanks.
Claire?
Thank you, Chair. And obviously you've got the proposer and the secretary of the motion. It would be the wording in as is in 2.3 currently, which references makes references to paragraphs 320 to 325. So it would be with the addition of East Rigs. That's at paragraph 3.23.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so that's your motion, and the amendment is as 2.3 in the papers. So going to the vote then, Chair.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Dookie Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Dashper.
Motion.
Councillor Davis.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster. Oh, yeah, sorry. Councillor Dorward.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Hill.
Amendment.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls.
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion.
Councillor Slater,
Amendment.
Councillor Stitt,
Motion.
and Councillor Walters.
Abstain.
That's the amendment carried 9 votes to 6, 1 abstention. That the amendment, that's 2.3 as in the papers.
Right, members, thank you for that. Do we have any word whether lunch has appeared or not? I'm afraid if you're prepared to wait till lunchtime tomorrow, you'll get lunch. Lunch was put in the diary on the wrong date. I think in that respect, I think we'll have a comfort break for 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Members, welcome back. Sorry about the confusion about lunch. The note did come through saying it had been ordered on the wrong day, and I took my glasses off and didn't read the next bit and said, could you delay them slightly and we'll still bring them over. So hence the reason for they came over. Right, we go to item 9, Community Assets, Street Scene Service Update, report by Headed Neighbourhood Services. This report provides members with an overview of the community assets and street scene service and seeks agreement to hold a member seminar to ensure overarching insight into the services that are delivered by our multi-skilled workforce within the communities as provided. As members will be aware, the National Spring Clean campaign is well underway, and I'm sure you'll all want to acknowledge the amazing work of volunteers throughout Dumfries and Galloway who have given up their time to undertake these local cleaning initiatives. The level of community activity across the region illustrates the commitment of the local people to maintain a safe, clean environment for both people and to appreciate what we have to offer for residents and visitors. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report with Karen Brownlee. She's also here to answer any specific questions. Members. Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks for the report, Karen. On page 71, 3.14, can we identify the work that would qualify for community payback intervention? That's my first question. And secondly, I'd just like to thank all the teams for the hard work they've done with regards to all the community assets and bringing up something that we discussed in our group meeting on Monday, Karen. We were talking to Harry and we were asking the question as to, you know, last year and the year before during the COVID period, we worked quite hard, your team worked hard to present the signage that we saw all over Dumfries and Galloway, protect, respect, welcome back, etc. It's just to look at possibly going forward with that, with a no littering campaign, Keep Britain Tidy campaign, which I know is supposed to be a Scottish and national thing, but could we look at it possibly within Dumfries and Galloway Council going forward to try and help with the littering situation that we find ourselves in at the moment, especially coming into the summer period. So that's two things, but the first one is a question. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Cam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Drysdale, for your questions. So in relation to community payback interventions, the community assets team work very closely with our community payback colleagues, and they're currently involved in various tasks such as litter picking within our communities, painting of play equipment, refurbishing benches. It very much depends on the clients that the community payback have at that current time, but we certainly work very, very closely with colleagues across the region and very regularly as well. In relation to your second point, which you discussed with Harry earlier in the week, I have had a discussion with Harry in relation to that and the signage throughout COVID that we worked very closely with ward officers on to distribute right across the region in terms of respect, take care of our communities, etc. Going forward, I have had initial discussions with Amy, who members will be aware are contracted by Transport Scotland in relation to our trunk roads. So I've had initial discussions with Amy about potentially looking at signage for across trunk roads, and I'm working with our communications team to develop that aspect, but we'll hopefully take that forward in the next few months. So that wouldn't just only cover our trunk roads, but also our roads network as a whole, and also our open spaces and community spaces right across the region. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Right, thank you, Pauline. We now have Councillor Campbell, John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. Thanks for your report, Karen, and I would also like to put on record my thanks to the staff of the street scene. Also must thanks to community organisations and individual volunteers this last week, I've seen a number of volunteers out cleaning up certain areas in my ward as well. So thanks to them as well. What I would like to ask about the installation of 24 smart bins, page 73, 327. I think it's a good idea that we should take advantage of technology. I'm just wondering, these type of bins, would they be suitable for the likes of lay-bys on the trunk roads? Because we did make a decision to take the bins away. However, people are still not taking the rubbish home with them, which is the message that I'd like to get across. However, if these smart bins were implemented in places like that, would that be advantageous for the council? Thanks, Chair.
Karen, would you like to come back on that?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Campbell. First of all, thank you very much for your comments in relation to the street scene team, and just by way of update for members in relation to the current Keep Scotland Beautiful campaign, the Spring Clean Initiative. We're 2 weeks into that 4-week campaign. And I'm delighted to say that at the end of the second week, which was Friday the 31st of March, we had 79 registered events across the region, which encompassed working with hundreds of volunteers, and we've lifted over 600 bags of rubbish within that 2-week period. I'm also delighted to say that currently Dumfries and Galloway are at the top of the league table for local authorities in Scotland in relation to the Spring Clean campaign. So just thought I would provide that good news story for members. Councillor Campbell, in relation to smart bins, through the Coastal Benefit Fund, we have procured 24 smart bins, and at this current time we are trialling them. They've just actually arrived on site. We're just putting them in locations within rural locations within the Wigton and Stewartry area initially, to allow us to evaluate and analyse the uptake in them and how effective they are within the communities. So that'll take us several months to analyse that information. Potentially going forward, lay-bys may be an option for the smart bins. If members are aware, smart bins have solar panels on them, and they have sensors in them, so they will let operatives know when they are full, but they also compress as well, so they can in essence take more litter. Potentially going forward, that might be an option. But at this current time, as I say, we're trialling them within the rural communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to the report coming back.
Right, thank you for that. Linda.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Karen, for the report. My question refers to page 72, 3.9, our partners, stakeholders and volunteers, and it is a sort of continuation. It's about litter picking, which I think has been great. So I think that's fantastic news. It's not a competition, but it's unlike my home football team, it's great to be top of the league. So it's quite nice to be associated with something that's top of the league at the moment. So well done. I think that's fantastic, and it's actually thank you to all the volunteers across Dumfries and Galloway who make this possible, community councils and people that go out and do all the hard work and the heavy lifting, and your guys as well. In terms of litter picking, I was out in Kirkton on Sunday. It's not applauded for myself, by the way. It was and I was absolutely astounded by the amount of stuff that was picked up. You couldn't actually see on the side of the road, and I was asking some of the folk in the community council, other volunteers, how do you think we can deal with this? And I'll just pass this on. What they were talking about was, can we interact with the people who sell the carry-out stuff? So, and it's fine to go and get a carry-out of whatever, and I won't mention, from people who sell coffees and sandwiches and things. That's great, but is there any option of putting up some signage across these places that says, please take your litter home? Because, what you find is, what I found when I was out, and this is just a snapshot, so maybe it's not typical, is the vast majority was like, food waste, not food waste, but the cartons that food come in. So people have been having something in their can and just chuck it out in the hedgerows. This is a very rural location when I was. But the amount of stuff that we picked up in about half an hour was unbelievable. So I'm not surprised you've got over 600 bags of litter or something, or 600 tonnes of litter or whatever it is that we've collected in 2 weeks. Wouldn't be at all surprised. So this is a great initiative and it's fantastic we're doing this for a month. But how would we keep this going, this momentum going forward? Thank you.
Carol.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorwood, and thank you for taking part in your local litter pick. In relation to having discussions with local food providers, fast food restaurants, etc., that could certainly be part of an initiative going forward. Now, if I can take members back to the initiative that we previously ran in conjunction with Keep Scotland Beautiful, which was the Take Your Litter home campaign and the roadside litter specifically back in 2018. That was interventions that we previously worked with Keep Scotland Beautiful in relation to making contact with, as I say, some of the fast food restaurants, etc., and smaller businesses within the community. That is a discussion that I've had with Keep Scotland Beautiful recently, actually, about how we pick that back up again and actively run with it as a local authority to provide that awareness, to our local communities, to our wider communities, to our businesses and our stakeholders about the impact that litter has, within our local communities and to the environment as a whole. So I would be hopeful that if members agree today, to hold a member seminar, we could have a wider discussion in relation to actually what does that mean going forward? What initiatives can we restart as a local authority to have that awareness raising across the region? And then, as I say, hopefully that would then inform the next report that I would bring back, again, if members agree, in June, just in relation to confirming what those next steps are. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Linda. We'll now go to Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't seem so long ago that Derek came to an independent group meeting at a time when we were a happy group of 7, but there you go. But as Derek will recall, we spoke about street scene, so I welcome this report and the plan for a seminar and subsequent report. And I was just thinking in previous conversations that I had with our local assets manager, Robert Lowther, in relation to the council's 5th priority. He had made a commitment to trial using an alternative weed killer because there's concerns about glyphosate, Roundup, I think the trade name is, and how it impacts on biodiversity, etc. And also to trial electric equipment. And I'm just wondering, Karen, if we could possibly include in the seminar perhaps an element on the assets team's contribution to the council's 5th priority, because there might be other things that are going on that we are not aware of, but I know that there is a willingness and desire to play a part in contributing towards climate change or reducing climate change and environmental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Yes, more than happy to add that into the agenda for discussion at the member seminar. Certainly, we've looked at various options for weed control over the last few years. We've certainly a lot of our small plants, your strimmers, our hedge trimmers, that sort of thing, are electric or battery operated. So happy to share that information and happy to pick up that wider agenda item in terms of climate change. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. I think the next question obviously will be region-wide. Over to Jim Dempster.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm sure the seminar, if agreed, will be the best place to discuss this, but there are a couple of bullet points on page 70. One is street sweeping at the curbs and the other is roadside litter picking. And I've had a member in my community ask for equipment to go and allow him to go and litter pick, and he was refused on the basis that it wasn't safe for a member of the public to walk along the trunk road. And to a degree I accept that, but the A76, like A75, A77 and elsewhere, it's an absolute eyesore, and we need to do something about it. And I thought that we were funded by the Scottish Government. I respect it might not be a very large amount, but to carry out litter picking on the A76, and I know, all trunk roads, but I know that that isn't happening with any regularity, so it's maybe something we need to pick up at the seminar, but it does annoy people, so much so that members of the public want to go and do it, and we're telling them that they can't. The only other thing, and it's an observation, maybe on page 73, 3.29, in order to capture the most up-to-date priorities of town and villages, it's intended to progress community conversations and every ward through 2023. Well, unless we do that before June, the up-to-date information will not be ready for the seminar. And I know in my ward, and I'm sure it'll be everywhere else, Derek's attendance is welcome, and members of the community take delight in seeing senior officers coming to speak to them and listen to their concerns. So it seems odd that we should be having a seminar before the latest information from the community conversations is fed back to us. Just an observation, Chair. I'm happy to go with the recommendations.
Okay, thank you for that, Jim. We go over to Sean Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, first of all, congratulations being top of league with the Keep Scotland Beautiful. I noticed Councillor Darwood, I think there's two teams in Dundee. I think she just mentioned Dundee and not Dundee United. With regards to the first point is in relation to 3.8, and it does say now that you're cutting the grass from March to November. And I just wondered, because the season's longer for that, whether or not there was any thought at 3.4 for the 18 extra street scene operatives you employ during April to September, whether or not you extended it either way to kind of fit in with the additional grass cutting. Seems logical to do that. And the second point is on the smart bins. There's a trial of the 24 smart bins, but if you're actually putting them in the Western region, could you not actually at the same time maybe trial a couple in the lay-bys at the same time, so you can see, what impact that has, rather than waiting until you've done the trial with the rural areas? I think if you've got 24, it might be good to put a couple in lay-bys and on the A75, etc. Because when you go along the A75 or any trunk road now, the bins are overflowing, and I think with a smart bin, the fact that it has the ability to compress, it would be interesting to see what the comparison is.
Thank you, Dougie. Sorry, Callum.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall, for your questions. In relation to 3.8, yes, I'm sure everyone who has a garden realises that the season is getting longer. We have our teams out mid-March starting to cut the grass where they're able to do so. Obviously, this March it's been quite wet, so therefore we haven't been able to get into some locations. But I am pleased to say that we have started cutting in some areas. In relation to extending the seasonal street scene contracts, we only have budget for 6 months. So therefore, hence the reason that they come into post normally around the start of April and finish around the sort of start of September. We currently don't have budget to extend that unless there is vacancies within the team, and then we would look at that on a case-by-case basis and potentially extend for a few weeks at a time, which does help each of the regional teams. In relation to the smart bins and allocating some of those on the A75 going forward and later on in this agenda as part of the public realm capital class report, there is an allocation, if agreed by members, for additional smart bins to be purchased. So just so members are aware, those bins are in the region of £4,000 to £5,000 a piece. So they're not cheap, but we hope that they would create best value going forward. So potentially we could look at options of lay-bys to allocate those in the future. Thank you.
Just come back then, once the trials finish with the 24 smart bins, where will they be located? Will they be across the region, or if it's successful, will we be purchasing a lot more, apart from what's in the papers later on?
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Through you, Chair. If the trials are successful, what we're looking at the moment is, and the reasons for having them in some of our rural locations, is to reduce the amount of travelling time of staff into, as I say, to rural villages. If that is successful, then potentially we would look to purchase additional bins in the coming years to spread that piece of work right across the region and hopefully benefit and increase capacities of teams right across the region. Does that answer your question, Councillor Marshall?
Yeah, thanks.
Right, thank you for that. We've got Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. These new bins, how are they actually powered? And how do they actually
Solar
work?
panels.
Also, another point here is why do we not use CCTV in fly tipping areas? Because that's used quite widely nowadays, and it catches people time dated and everything. So it is why could we use that or not use that? And another point was weed killers. When you spray weed killer, it's not necessarily noticeable to start with. It takes a few days to act. And people walking in parks and that with their dogs and that, weed killers, I used to work in the aircraft business, and they sprayed take that fertiliser and everything over the land, and they've got to be properly mixed and everything. So really, and the last point was, I see the bins in the streets have been changed to incorporate a little cigarette butt collector on the top, and the actual letter flaps now are actually working. It looks as if they've got small nylon bearings in them, so they're working better. So I commend the council for changing the bins. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass that over to Karen. I think in relation to CCTV, there's data protection issues with that one, but pass it over to Karen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Slater. Yeah, in relation to the smart bins, they're powered by solar panels that sit on the top of those. CCTV, yes, that's something our community safety team through and legal services have been considering, and there's legal guidance in terms of data protection, but also I think it's ROSPA guidance in relation to that. So unfortunately, it's not just quite as simple as putting a camera up within certain locations. But as I say, I know colleagues have looked at that previously. In relation to weed control, our staff are qualified to the appropriate standard in order to ensure that the weed control is mixed correctly and applied correctly in all locations across our region to ensure it is safe for members of the public and pets. And thank you for your comments in relation to the street litter bins in Dumfries High Street. That's appreciated, and I'll feed that back to the team. Thank you.
Just come back on that one, please. The reference to the weed killer, it takes a few days to act. And what I'm saying is animals and dogs and that walk round it. And that's the major concern of the weed killers. And they're highly potent, so they are. But it takes a few days for the grass to start dying back. And that's something that I think should be looked at, really. Thank you.
As Karen said, the staff are trained, so they wouldn't use the weed killers in these particular situations, I would imagine. Finally, we'll go to... Oh, we're not finally. We've got Andy Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Just to add to the football analogy, I think there'll be deep depression in one part of Dumfries and elation in another part of Castle Douglas when one team bypasses the other during the summer months. But I'll move on to my serious question if I can. Thanks very much. I'm getting attacked here, by the way, by my Labour colleague. I'm not sure, maybe Pauline can help me out here, but at the social work committees we've been having information sessions, which included community payback as one session. We had some discussion on it, but I'm actually wondering is when we do move to this this session here that we're talking about in terms of the recommendations, is that we actually make sure community payback are there. I tell you, because if nothing else, they never know from one day to the next what kind of squad they've got. It's really quite complex, but I would hate for us to end up with a situation where we were kind of committing to community payback doing the job and then they're not able to do it. So I think it'd be really helpful if we could have the community payback officers in the room with the street scene operatives so that we can get some sensible way forward for the use of community payback. Plus, we've also got the issue is that they're not supposed to take jobs off somebody. It's really quite stringent. So I'm in your hands on that, Ian, but I think it'd be a sensible suggestion.
Yeah, it's certainly a fairly valid point. I thought when you meant bringing community payback members, I thought you meant the customers, as they've been called, and some of us have been put them there and other ones have kept them there. I think it's a fairly good suggestion to bring it forward in the seminar that's suggested. Yeah. We've got one more speaker, then we'll go to the recommendation. We've got Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chairman. David's maybe stole my thunder, but no, I forgot to compliment Karen. There are now these, there are no smart bins, but there are seagull-proof bins along the whole of the A76 in my ward. Made a huge difference, both in terms of the seagull pest and the appearance of the respective high streets or main streets. So I'm delighted, and I just want to record my thanks to Karen because it has made a significant difference to the appearance of the high streets and the main streets. And the only throwaway line is, I am sure our staff now use pet-friendly or pet-safe weed killers. I'm sure it's not dangerous, but maybe that's something Karen could clarify.
Karen, would you like to come in on that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dempster, for your comments, kind comments in relation to the bins and the high street. And again, I'll pass that back to the team involved. In terms of weed control that is used, it is very similar now to what you can anyone can buy off the shelf. So the strength of the weed killer is much reduced compared to what it used to be. We are using, unfortunately, a glyphosate-based product still, as we haven't been able to find another product that is effective to use, but it is safe when we use it. The team are qualified to use it. Once it's dry, then it'll have no negative impact on members of the public or pets, and it dries very, very quickly. And where possible, we do generally go out into our streets and pavements early in the morning to spray that. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. With that, we'll go to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.3? Item 10, Public Realm Capital Programme 2023-24 and 25-26, report by Head of Roads and Infrastructure Services. This report provides members with information on proposed public realm asset class programmes for 2023-24, 25-26, and also provides details of the schemes to be undertaken in 23-24. within the public realm asset class for approval, and to provide an update on the development of the Dumfries and Galloway Shoreline Management Plan. Stephen Herritt is available in Teams to take any questions, with William Neal in attendance to answer any specific questions. Members. Pauline.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Stephen, for the report. On page 79, carriageway draining, I see that in the appendix, the A713 Falls of Wheat is being looked at. We have had a really serious situation in that we've been shut now for 5 days on the A713 at the Castle Douglas side. Might that be considered to be added to the programme as a matter of urgency, or an update on that, even offline, would be really, really appreciated by ward members. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Councillor Drysdale will get an update back to you on that. And in fact, Stuart Kevin's just come in here if he's got something that you can provide up-to-date information with on that. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair, Councillor. Thanks, Stephen. We'll have to come back to you on that, I'm afraid, Councillor. The member of staff who's currently dealing with that issue on the 713 just outside Castle Douglas is on leave. They are on leave for the next 2 weeks, but I'll certainly feed back anything as soon as I've spoke to them with an update on the situation there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pauline. Councillor Slater.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask about, I believe it's in street lighting and the installation of it. There's an installation of street lighting for Maiden Bower and Craig's Road. And I spoke to constituents, and although it says they've been notified about this installation, quite a number of them don't know anything about it. And they're concerned at the fact that it will affect their lighting. Look at the dark area at night, they're talking about that. Also, where they want to put the lights standards, there's a ditch there and the road's not very wide. I just wonder if there's been a survey done for safety in that area. And the last point is, where does the lighting, maybe somebody give me a map exactly where the lighting's going, up Craig's Road to Maiden Bower, and also does it go down back the small road, it goes back into Georgetown Village? If somebody could clarify that, please. Thank you very much. No, risk assessment, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Would you like to come back on that one?
But thank you, Chair. I'll just come in on that. I've just captured the details there. I'll speak with a street lighting engineer and make sure the councillor is provided with the details that have been requested there on that particular scheme. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, first of all, in 3.8, can just thank Stuart and the roads team for, I think they acted really quickly with regards to the deterioration of the U503 at Stapleton Road, and managed to actually combine that with work that was planned at Stand the Lane. So obviously economies of scale, but also to make that road safe, because it broke up pretty quickly. So thanks for the speedy resolution to that one. Second point is on 3.22 with regards to, welcome the long overdue work that's planned on the C61, which has been closed for a number of years now. I'm just interested, I don't know if you're a little bit to say here, but obviously the costs are partly funded by Scottish Power Energy Networks, and I just wondered what kind of figure they have contributed towards the overall scheme, because obviously it's nearly £1 million to actually do that work. And finally, just a general question, and I know we're just at the start of the year, we will get progress reports, and I take it we still get once the contracts are awarded, we still get a note of the amount of what each contract was awarded as future reports on the ongoing progress on the programme.
Stephen.
Through you, Chair. Sorry, thanks. Yeah, in terms of the amounts for each contract, yes, once the schemes are concluded, we provide those figures, and we can provide those figures. On the C61A work, we'll check the figure that was agreed and is being received from Scottish Power Energy Networks as a contribution towards the C61. It was for a part of the reinstatement. We're actually taking the opportunity to carry out a kind of wider improvement on the road along a lot more of the length, and certainly wider on the carriageway when we're actually undertaking the of this financial year. But yes, we will. I'll track down the figure for you and let you see that, Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you for that. I've got one more speaker, then we'll go to recommendation. I've got Jim Dempster.
Thanks very much, Chair. A couple of questions in it. First one is on page 105, and it's D&G car park order and signing. And I know I've spoken to Stuart about our car parks, and I understood that Tony Topping was bringing forward a scheme to update the conditions that cars can be parked in our car parks. I'm just wondering if this is the start of this, if this order has now been brought to a conclusion and it now applies across the region, or whether it's just two, because it talks specifically about 2 car parks in Dumfries itself. That's one question. On page 118, and it's 2 old chestnuts going back to 2019 that they're in my ward, but there's no longer any status, programmed, progress or comments on these lists. It's just simply two statements about a land asset class, and I wonder, I don't need it today, if we've got an update on both of these projects and when committee is likely to see the outcome. And the last one, and I'm happy to keep it for agenda item 11 if you want, we started a scheme in my ward in July last year, run out of money in September. We put an extra 800k into the RRF fund in November, and that project hasn't been restarted, has not been restarted, and we're now into, it's in Killahome, and we're now into a new financial year. So I wonder if Stephen or Stuart can tell me when, because it's clearly needing done. It's now stood for 6 months without being completed. The community delighted with the work that has been done, and I have no complaint about why it was stopped. Logical reasons, we're out of money, but we've had another injection of cash since then, and that scheme hasn't been restarted. So 3 questions either for Stephen or Stuart. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Could either of you answer all points? We won't bother carrying anything on.
I'll come in, Chair, thanks, and start, and I'll maybe Stuart will talk about the RRF funding at the end in a bit more detail. In terms of the car parks order that we referenced on page 105, what we've got here is a marker in the budget really for the signing and lining costs for each of the 100+ car parks across the region that the order refers to. The order is almost in a complete state, and when we go to publication of that, we will make sure that those comms go out so that elected members are aware that that order is out for consultation. And what's in the programme there on that one line is the signing and lining for all the car parks to update them to reflect the new regulations once the order is confirmed and it's made. The other schemes that are referenced on page 105 are discrete improvement works to other car parks within the region where there's investment on the maintenance. The other point on page 118 on the comments, what we're doing in this report is the first capital report looking into the new financial year is actually just listing all of the schemes that we're about to start. So there is no kind of status and an update on progress. That'll come in the future committee reports when we're reporting through the year. But I do accept that that's probably a bit of an omission in terms of there are some schemes that have a history and will have line for a period of time. But if Councillor Dempster wants to drop me an email just on the couple of schemes that specifically you're looking for an update on, I'll make sure the appropriate officers respond on that. On the Roads Recovery Fund, the kind of third point raised by Councillor Dempster, I would say there's been a number of injections of funding, and we're actually about to move into the fourth and final contract to spend that money up. We have accelerated that funding, and we're seeking to finish that off in the halfway through the next financial year, sorry, what is now the current financial year that we're in. And in terms of locations, there are many competing locations, and I know we've undertaken a certain amount of work in urban areas, and as you say, we had to pull off when we kind of ran out of the funding on that contract. But I'll maybe let Stuart just come in on that particular issue about Kettlehome. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Councillor Dempster. Yeah, just to confirm, the Road Recovery Fund, the fourth phase of the procurement process is almost complete. We've had initial contract talks with the preferred supplier. We're just waiting on final award of the contract documentation so we can start the works. We have a number of areas planned in the east of the region. The split of the £800,000, it was accelerated. It's going a 50-50 split. So it's 400,000 for the east and 400 for the west. We've identified, obviously, Kettlehome, as Councillor Dempster rightly said, to complete the works there, and we've also identified works in the Langham area that require completion as well. So they are on the list to be done, and as soon as the contract is fully awarded, we can then engage and get a programme of works from our preferred supplier.
That answer your point, Steve?
Absolutely delighted. I will ping a message to both Stephen and Stuart just well, the next couple of days, just looking for further information. But and I'm sure 400 KLD Kettlehome, I don't know how you're going with Langham. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. Linda.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. Really interesting. Can I draw your attention to page, excuse me, 83, 3.46 active travel programme, which is great because we're all for active travel and reducing petrol or diesel-driven engines. But, I mean, 1, 2, 3, fourth line down, subject to active funding and resources, the active travel programme will include a minor works accessibility active travel section, which is intended to cover small schemes such as drop curbs, tactile paving and improved accessibility for vulnerable road users. I'm not quite sure what you mean by subject to available funding and resourcing. I would see this as absolutely essential in terms of future-proofing accessibility for everybody on our pathways and road users of roads. Paths are small roads, that's fine. And it also says that proposed schemes to be undertaken in 2023-24 are detailed in Appendix 2. Now, I'm not sure where that is in Appendix 2 because I can't find an active travel bit. Maybe that's just me. Maybe there's another term for that. And my second question is to move from sort of strategic to a bit more parochial. Under footways in page 101 of Appendix 2, there is some proposed work to be done in Dumfries Town Centre repairs to footways, which is interesting because Dumfries Town Centre is a pedestrian zone. It's meant to be a traffic-free zone to all intents and purposes, but at the moment, unfortunately, it's definitely not regarded or used as such. And can I ask the question, are the repairs mainly due to the fact that it isn't just pedestrians that use this area? It's quite heavy traffic, and sometimes people using local retailers to pick up their coffee, and also people dropping off things to local retailers. If that's the case, and again, probably a complex question at the moment, but what are we doing to look to future-proof the fact that that doesn't happen going forward? Because that is massively challenging and also quite a health and safety risk for pedestrians in Dumfries Town Centre. Thank you.
Over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks. Chair, if I could just come in on the last point, and I'll probably bring Tony Topping in just to talk a bit about the active travel programmes and the questions raised there on that by Councillor Dorwood. In terms of the repairs to the town centre, yes, I'm aware there are a number of areas within the predominantly pedestrian area that there has been damage, and it does look like it is vehicle damage in terms of loading on the curbed, on the flags. and that needs to be repaired and strengthened. It is an area that at certain times vehicles are permitted to use, certain vehicles are permitted to use. And we're actually doing a piece of work with our colleagues across the council that have an interest in the kind of public realm areas as the road service. We're working with them to make sure that we can take forward a case with Police Scotland for better enforcement of their, and looking at the signing and how we can support the Police Scotland just to carry out that enforcement. So there is a piece of work going on by officers looking at how better to control the town centre and for the reasons that you do state in terms of that kind of safety with the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles, because there is and has been for a period of time a disregard for the regulations on those areas. But if I could bring Tony in just to talk to the active travel questions, thanks.
Tony, would you like to come in? Tony, I think you're muted.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me now okay?
Yep, you're fine now.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Stephen. The active travel programme, the line there about subject to available funding and resources, we were just waiting on confirmation from Transport Scotland on our cycling, walking, safer routes funding allocation for this year. So once, I think it actually came through last week, how much we're getting. So we'll be able to use a portion of that for these sort of minor works. They're more sort of repair and maintenance issues that we deal with in terms of, curbing, tactile paving, that sort of thing. But we definitely prioritise any areas that get highlighted to us that potentially could be a hazard to members of the public. So there is on page 115 of the report that does cover the active travel programme in Appendix 2, and I'll just reiterate that we do have we've got an active travel team consisting of 3 members of staff that are trying to do their best. They're trying to deliver these larger projects in terms of the bigger infrastructure projects, the likes of what we're doing at Dalbeattie in terms of a new footbridge and other works. So although these minor works are deemed to be maybe a bit slightly lower key, as long as we do have the funding for it, we can work together with our local contractors and with our local roads office and in carrying out these to make sure that the public are safe when they are out either cycling or walking.
May I come back, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tony, Stephen, William. Appreciate it. Thank you for pointing out the right bit on the appendix. Appreciate that. I think that's good to know that the funding is there and we'll be doing some of that work. I appreciate that the resources are stretched. We are where we are there. And in terms of Dumfries High Street, I also understand that some traffic is allowed, but again, from my own experience, it's the norm. It's the norm. It's cultural norm, and I think enforcement is the key. Perhaps for another day to talk about that. But yeah, that's an interesting one. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. We've got Andy Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually really pleased to see the whole lot of different projects going ahead here under different headings: carriageway strengthening, planned structural overlays, surface dressings, resurfacing, and carriageway drainage. I suppose kind of what I'm looking for, Stephen, is that are these going to be a coordinated approach so that we're actually fixing all the 3 things? For example, if an area needs all 3, for example, a carriageway strengthening, structural overlay, and the drainage, are we actually going to do it all at the same time? Right? No, have 3 separate visits, be different teams with the council. So I suppose what I'm really looking for, Stephen, here, and maybe Stuart, is that are we going to be really coordinated in this, get it done so the roads only close once?
Stephen, would you like to come back on that?
Yeah, thanks. Some of the programme titles there are probably mutually exclusive. So if we have surface dressing, we won't have planned structural overlays or carriageway strengthening or carriageway surfacing. So that's 4 different types of treatment for the one piece of repairing the surface of the road. But you're absolutely right about the drainage in terms of looking at that when we're doing strengthening or surfacing schemes of any significant size, that we will take into account what the drainage is, if it needs upgraded, if it needs upgraded in advance, or if it needs to be installed because there is no drainage at that location. So yeah, these in terms of the maintenance resource, technicians, engineers looking at these projects, they are considering the complete package of works that might be required. And again, they might be done at different times. We might do drainage works in advance, and we certainly do in advance of surface dressing. We'll do pre-surface dressing patching works. So it's about resourcing the most efficiently. It might be that we're working on the same piece of road at different times, but that comes down to the contracts that we have to deliver the works. But obviously the impact on the travelling public is important as well, in terms of trying to minimise any time that length of time that there is disruption. So yeah, hopefully we are coordinating those works to address the points that you've just raised, Councillor Ferguson. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that, Stephen. I've got one final speaker, Kim Lowe, and then we'll go to the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page it's page 127. It's the appendix for the shoreline management plan. And I'm just wondering in this if there's been any liaison with the Southern Uplands Partnership with their current project to produce the South West Scotland Coastal Trail, which is a walking path from, I gather, from Gretna all the way to Port Patrick. That's been liaising with all the community councils. There are points where the footpath actually is on the shoreline. So I'm just wondering if there's been any liaison, and if there hasn't, whether that, because they've got their own development worker, to work together on that.
Stephen, would you like to come back?
Yeah, I'll bring in James McLeod on that in terms of the shoreline management plan and consultation, or certainly for us to be able to share that detail with them for their information. But James, if you could just answer the Councillor Lowe's points, thanks.
Thank you. Through yourself, Chair. Thank you, Stephen. Councillor Lowe, actually I have a meeting next week with Nature Scotland, or Nature Scot, it's what was SNH, actually to discuss this very matter. So I will bring that matter up with them as well. But if you wish to share details of how you've been engaging with that as well, then I'm quite happy to take that forward as well. So if you want to do that offline, if you want to give me a shout offline. But yes, the whole report at the time of consultation last year, there was extensive consultation undertaken. So quite happy to take that forward further as well, because there definitely is linkages there, and we certainly don't want to be investing in core paths that will be washed away or submerged in the future. That's definitely not what we want to be doing.
I'll get the link across to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, James. I go across to Sean Marshall. You're on mute, Sean.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was going to come in on another thing, but just on the shoreline management plan, as I said, it's from Gretna right the way through. So hopefully that will be developed as it goes forward. The one thing I would say is, because I think Tony's on here at Active Travel as well, I think Sistrans have awarded funding for feasibility study into a kind of Solway path between Gretna, Lincoln and Eastreggs Rig, Annan, Powfoot. So it'd be important actually to take cognizance of the management plan as well, you know, when we're developing plans for that. My main point though was on the, and I think Councillor Dorwood mentioned it, about a phased project. Over a decade, you know, the council, because of financial limits on the budgets, they've implemented a number of phased projects on long roads or footpaths, etc., over the years. And due to the priority it may have slipped down. So with this additional capital funding coming in, it might be worthwhile either in the seminar or in a future report to this committee to maybe just look back on some of the projects that we've started on footways and roads and see what phase we're at. Because certainly just in my own ward, I know that we started the Dornoch to Eastriggs footway, and that only got, I think, the first phase done, and then we done 2 phases of the Port Street in Annan and the 3rd phase. So it might be worth actually revisiting some of these so members can see what progress we made, because we started, but obviously other priorities overtook it, and so we were left with half the footway or half of the road done and the other half not being done.
Thank you for that. I'm sure that could be accommodated. Stephen, would you like to come in?
Yes, Chair. I'll take those comments on. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. And finally, and I mean finally, David Slater.
Thank you, Chair. We're talking about parking signage and car parks and that, but the signage around the town is pretty much worn out, in particular disabled parking bays, which are used by many with no blue badges, but you could probably excuse them because they maybe don't realise that they're actually in a blue badge bay. I'd say the street lineage is pretty much worn out, and I have to say not everyone likes yellow lines. If they're up to date, makes the town look a lot bit better. And if the police are to hand out tickets, these signs and the lineage have got to be correct, otherwise they'll be thrown out if it ever goes to court. So I can understand possibly why the police maybe are not so keen to throw out a lot of, tickets. Thank you.
I think in relation to your last point, I don't know that the yellow lines would make an awful lot of difference to the police action. They do not see that as a priority. And that's why ultimately we're looking at the decriminalisation of parking. But with that, if we go to the recommendations, are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.7? Yes, John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to agree the recommendations, just that some committee members asked for an update or, requested a response back. Could we make sure that all the ward members get that same response? Thank you.
Yeah. Stephen, I'm quite sure you'll see to that. We go to item 11, investment in the roads service, report by heads of roads and infrastructure. This report provides members with details of the development programme to be initiated in response to additional investment allocated in the roads service in the Council's budget setting process. Along with the Vice Chair, I recently met with the road staff who are clearly excited about the additional investment in the service. The visit also helped us gain a better understanding of the working of the service, including street lighting, active travel, safer routes to schools. And I would encourage all elected members to come along to the members' seminar, which is scheduled for the 19th of May. As I'm sure you'll find it both enjoyable and informative. Finally, I'd also like to confirm the arrangements are being progressed for locally based seminars to take place in September 2023, which will give the opportunity to meet local staff and discuss local priorities. Stephen Herriot's available to take any questions on the report, with Stephen Hall and is also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Members, John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I welcome the report. Page 139, 3.19, where it talks about the JCB Pothole Pro, but the trial says, however, at the time of the trial, the road service lacked a number of operatives. So it's, yeah, I appreciate we're trying to get the right equipment, but however, if we haven't got the manpower to come in on top of that, is this going to be leased, and what maintenance package is in place for this? Thanks, Chair.
I'm sure Stephen will come in on this, but it's my understanding it's still at a very early stage. In relation to the staff, I think there are 25 staff in the pipeline. The last I heard, the job descriptions was with HR. That might have progressed from then. As we discussed at the meeting we had with the road staff, we discussed the pros and cons of the JCB Pro, and I think the thermal patcher was the other one. There were, in the previous trials, I understand there were difficulties, and yes, it was, and the JCB Pro in particular, apparently it was so fast it was very difficult to keep up with it, with the staff that were there. But that is certainly something to be looked at. I was going to, if we can add to that question from John, it was agreed that a JCB Pro and thermal patcher would be sourced from somewhere for trial purposes. Can we have a timescale on when that's likely to take place? Thank you.
Chair, I'll just come in and just speak about the previous work we did with the JCB Pro. So it was quite a kind of short trial experiment, and as the report sets out, it was evident that we probably needed 2 patching crews to follow on behind because of the kind of rate of productivity of the equipment. So we certainly want to trial that again with the right plant and materials and resource people behind that, just to look at its productivity, as well as the other kind of techniques that you mentioned, Chair, the thermal patching, and also continuing with the kind of spray injection jet patcher that we've used probably for over a decade now, with some success in preparation, particularly for surface dressing pre-patching works. We're looking at the detail of leasing and what the options might be about outright purchase, but it's certainly something we want to involve our operational staff with, so we haven't moved quickly to any sort of kind of firm long-term decisions on it. But I'll let Stephen come in then and just a bit more of the detail of the contract options that we're looking at around about some of this new equipment to provide demos, to do staff kind of training and get their views and feedback on the processes.
Thanks, Stephen. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to pick up a little bit of the detail there. In relation to the JCB Pothole Pro, I won't repeat what Stephen's just said about having the operational capacity to follow the machine. We've covered that. That's absolutely critical. In terms of the options for us, really, the option is to capital purchase, or there is an option to lease, and then within the lease option, that can be done either just lease a vehicle and you maintain the vehicle, the item yourselves, or it comes with a complete and fully serviced package through JCB. So that's something that Gordon Bryce and his team are currently supporting the road service in kind of making those decisions as to the right way to go about that. And as Stephen says, what we absolutely are committed to here is taking our workforce with us on this journey as well, and getting their input into what are the right pieces of plant and equipment to take the service forward. But that's all work that's happening right now to look at those options to get that piece of equipment in, at least for a trial. Stephen mentioned thermal patching, so we're commencing a trial of thermal patching in May. And we'll absolutely ensure that members are able to see that, to experience that, and sort of see the results that come through that. Thermal patching, for those who haven't seen it in operation, is effectively, it's a system that melts the road surface and enables you to then recompact that existing road surface, sometimes with a little bit of new material as well. So it's effectively in situ recycling of the road surface. And then spray injection patching, that's already commenced as part of the pre-surface dressing patching operation, and that's underway right now, and will continue right throughout the sort of summer period, and we're looking at expanding the scope of that this year as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The one other point that I mentioned, certainly from speaking to the staff, their main concern was the lack of staff, and they're delighted that more staff are being brought in. Do we have a timescale for that? How's that progressing?
Would you like me to respond to that, Chair? Stephen? Yep, certainly. So you mentioned, Chair, there that last time we spoke, job descriptions were with HR and just reviewing that process. So we anticipate starting the recruitment process during this month, then with recruitment running kind of really during the May period. We're also looking at the options about having some recruitment events there as well, so that we can support people who want to apply for these roles who aren't currently working for the council. We can tell them more about the service, they can meet some of the existing staff, get a really good understanding of what it means to work for the council's road service, and then they can be supported in applications, as well as looking at a media campaign around that as well, so we attract people in, and at the same time, of course, ensuring that there's really good knowledge of that from existing council staff who might be interested in applying for those roles as well. So that work's all ongoing. Recruitment should start later this month, but most of the application phase taking place in May. And our aim is to have new staff, as many as possible, with us during the midsummer period, so that they can be working, fixing the roads during that prime period when the weather is a bit better, but also can be inducted, trained and supported to be ready for winter maintenance duties when that starts again in October. Thank you.
John, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm certainly looking forward to this being taken forward. Could I just follow up on the road classification, the annual percentage survey, the ABC and unclassified roads? The unclassified roads, I would imagine in some of the more rural wards, there's a huge amount of mileage in that road. So I'm just wondering, what does that 10% of urban and rural unclassified roads in mileage terms? It seems awfully low, in my opinion. 10% might mean there could be several hundreds of miles because we might have thousands of unclassified roads. But I'd appreciate a response to that, please, Chair.
I'll pass that over to Steve. I did ask the question about the mileage on the roads in Dumfries and Galloway and was shocked with the answer that I got. I'll pass it over to Steve.
Thanks, Chair. So I kind of work in kilometres as we report it back for statutory indicators. But we have 4,200 kilometres of local road network within the region. Half of that, or around about half of that, is unclassified or U-class roads. So it is a significant percentage of our road network is in the unclassified. What we're saying there by way of the survey is that in any 1 year, and this is an annual survey, we carry out through spring and summer every year and report these figures as local government benchmark framework indicators. We actually only survey 10% of the unclassified road network. So there's 90% in any 1 year that is not being surveyed. And what we're saying is that we want to do a piece of work this year where we actually do 100% survey through the spring and the summer works. We will 100% survey to the national survey requirements, the network, so that we have that kind of good baseline start position before we really step up the investment in the road over the next 4 to 5 years, the road network over the next 4 to 5 years, and then do a complete survey at the end. So we have the existing annual survey, but we're looking to top up the length of the network that we cover to give us that good baseline to see the improvements. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering, could we have that in chart form, maybe in a future report? It might be easier to read a chart.
Yep. Appreciate that.
Stephen, can I ask that the surveys that are taking place is up to 100%? Is that involving the new technology that we're introducing?
So there is two separate surveys that we're kind of referencing here in the report, and one of them is it's the existing survey that's been run, Scottish Road Maintenance Condition Survey. We participate in that every year, as all the other 32 local authorities and the Transport Scotland on their network, so that we've got that kind of condition data that we can exchange and compare. So that's an existing survey that we're referring to in Table 1 there. The additional survey that you're referring to, Chair, is over the page, and we're actually looking at that in paragraph 3.18. Is the new asset management system, and then in 3.19 we're talking about the new techniques. But we do in 3.18 we're talking about a new digital survey where, as our safety inspections are carried out, driven inspections, we will record on video the road network. We will then upload the video and that will be processed by AI in terms of it will capture the assets and capture the condition of the assets. And that's a bit of a pilot we're undertaking over this next year. And we're looking at just what the kind of benefits are for collection of asset in inventory, and also a bit of an understanding in what it can do for us in terms of capture some of the condition of the asset.
Thank you for that, Stephen. If I go across to Kim Lona.
Thank you. It's really just to take these conversations slightly further on. So you said 4,200 kilometres. Is it possible for us to have a breakdown for how much of that is A, B, C and unclassified roads so proportionally? I don't know if that's just for the region or if it's available for any smaller unit as Annandale, Eskdale, Stewartry, etc. But just some kind of like proportion, just so we can see what the differences are. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, yes, we'll crunch those numbers and circulate something to the committee members just on a bit of a background on the road service and on the road network. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. I've got Ian Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, my other phone started ringing. I'll keep mine short, Stephen. 2.2, it's to agree a further report. I know that there may well be complications when you read through the report in regards to the timeline and potentially advancing that forward, but it would be good to, if we could have seen that to the June committee if possible. Thank you, Chair.
Stephen,
I think yep. Sorry, Chair. Yes, aye. Certainly, we'll look at the timeline on that. We're progressing on a kind of number of fronts in terms of the new investment, and we'll give a more kind of fuller update to elected members at the member seminar that we've programmed for the 19th of May. But we'll review the timescale and see what it is that we can do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, I've got Keith Walters.
Thanks. I was going to ask a question about the page 138, 3.17, the digital road survey technology. Stephen, I think you've answered just a couple of my questions, but I just want to know, is that going to be a one-off thing, or is that once we've bought this technology, we would be able to just continue using it onwards? So I was interested to know how much it's going to cost you, because you said the procurement has just finished, and also whether we'll be able to use that the results of that survey, whether that will be made available to the public via the website. So that's 3 questions.
Steve.
Through you, Chair, maybe bring Stephen Hall in on that one. That'd be useful. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stephen. So the survey using the digital AI system, the system we're using is a system called Vaisala Road AI, which is one of there's a small number of these systems internationally that have been developed. There's basically 2 or 3 of them, and Vaisala is one of the 3 really. We've commissioned it for a single year period. But it's absolutely something that is something that the service could look to utilise on a longer term basis and almost begin using as business standard practice. What we're seeing in the sector, in the industry, is that the survey technique that we've been talking about previously, that's the Scottish Road Maintenance Condition Survey, is tried and tested technology that's been around for a good number of years, does a really good job, and is the national benchmarking data. But in the last sort of 2 to 4 years, a number of new systems have come into the industry, which the Vaisala system that we're going to be trialling over the next 12 months is one of those. So there's much debate in the industry as to where we might be in 5 or 6 years' time in terms of which system we're all adopting and using, and which is therefore used for benchmarking purposes. But the data that the system will provide us with, as Stephen's referred to, really accurate asset inventory data, so locations of things like drainage gullies, signs, lines, other road markings, road studs, really detailed information in terms of where things are and what we have. It'll also provide very detailed information in terms of the condition of the road network, so it picks up things like potholes, cracking, fraying of road surfaces in quite granular detail. So the other purpose that we can utilise it for, and that a number of other road authorities, a small number, have begun to use it for, is defending insurance claims as well, because it provides exactly the kind of data that's required as part of your evidence if an insurance claim's made against the authority. So there's a whole host of purposes that we can use this information for, and that really is why we've taken the approach of doing a 12-month trial so we can see exactly what it provides us with here, but also what best benefit we can get out of that information and how we might be able to use it as part of our routine inspection activities in the longer term as well. So it's something that we would look to come back to with a kind of end of trial report and lessons learned type exercise, if that answers the question.
Thank you for that. I have 3 more speakers. We've got David Slater, Pauline Drysdale and Linda Dorward. Then we'll go to recommendation. And we've got Andy Ferguson. I'll try and grow a third eye. We have 4 speakers. We've got David Slater.
Yes, this is a question of filming all the roads. It's probably a good idea, but things change from day to day. In fact, there's a website you can actually do that on. It's called fixmystreet.com. It's been doing that for a number of years. But as conditions of the road change and the repairs are done, is this the road will it have to be refilmed again, or is that section marked off as being repaired? Because you can't. It takes a long time to film all the roads. I know Google do that. They do that all the time, and a lot of information you can get off Google anyway. If you want to look at a road surface, you can do that. It's just a concern is if they're filming it, and then, as I said, things change from day to day. So, is it a really good? It's probably a good idea, but how well would it actually work in the real world? Is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's more than just a good idea. I think it's a necessary step that we're taking forward in that, and it will be a productive one. There's also, I think there's, just now when if people report a pothole or whatever and report it, they get an acknowledgement, but then it dies after that. It's repaired, but there's no feedback. I think this system will include some formal feedback at the next stage again. But if we could pass that over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, in terms of the inspections, it's our safety inspections that will have as well as the staff in the vehicle, we will mount the small phone unit that will do the filming, and actually we will be repeating the filming as the safety inspections are repeated. So if we have a 4-weekly frequency of inspection on our more heavily used roads, we're updating that data on a 4-weekly cycle right the way through the kind of maintenance hierarchy of our network. Our lower flow roads, smaller roads, more rural roads will have less of a frequency of inspection, but the data will be updated each time we carry out the safety inspection, so that on our system as a whole, we're running with a fairly comprehensive and up-to-date data set once we've covered the whole network within the first 6-month period. In terms of making the data available, I think one of the earlier questions, I think it's probably not. It's not to the public. It's not any more useful than Google Maps used to and understand. The value in the data for us is actually the analysis that happens when we uploaded it in terms of the kind of asset inventory and kind of crunching the numbers on defects.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Pauline.
Thank you, Chair. I make no secret of the fact that I could not contain my excitement at page 139 when I read this report, and I'm sure for the rest of, everybody in our community, the mention of the JCP Pothole Pro and digital techniques and an external advisor just brings us nothing but joy. So thank you for that, both of you, for the report. And on that note, there was an extremely interesting piece done on the BBC recently that I have recorded. So I don't know if you saw it, but the gentleman concerned was also an expert in his field. So if I could be so forthright, both Stephens, and somehow find a way to communicate that piece from the BBC to yourselves, if you haven't already seen it, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. Linda.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stephen, for the report. Firstly, to go into considerations, I thought it was an interesting paragraph on 24th of May 2022. Full Council agreed that the cost of living crisis pressures and the roads and infrastructure backlog would both be addressed urgently and looked at fully as part of the development of the Council plan. I would suggest that the former has been partially achieved, but the latter has been fully achieved and is through cross-party consensus, which is fantastic for Dumfries and Galloway Council, adding another 30 million into road services over the next 5 years. To turn to page 137 at 3.12, there's quite a lot of discussion here about additional resourcing. And I know that, again, I might be getting my numbers wrong, that we've already employed additional 10, is it 10 people to look at, to bulk up our human resourcing in terms of operatives for roads. But what I'm not getting, and it might just be me, so I'd be really grateful for an explanation, is what are we proposing in terms of 3.12 in terms of resourcing, and is this coming back to us as part of the future further report in August and or June, depending on what date we get, in terms of checks and balances and scrutiny? Thank you.
The gentleman would like to answer that.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, the additional resources we brought online in the end of last year and over past recent months were temporary appointments. And what we're looking to do here in terms of the operational staff particularly is we reckon, in terms of the work that Stephen has done, the assessment of building a robust and efficient road service, the kind of minimum number of operational staff is somewhere between 70 and 75, and we're actually sitting about 50. So we're looking at about 20, 24, 25 additional operational staff. We are working on the structures for the new road service, given we now know the kind of level of investment that is possible, and we're looking at the options around about that. But primarily, in terms of recruitment, we're looking at getting the staff in, as we've mentioned, to that operational level, so the ops level, senior ops level, that delivering work on the ground, and ultimately, when we have the full resource, we'll be in a better position when we deliver winter in the next season, so that the recruitment is kind of, as Stephen had said earlier, on the basis that we can try and meet those timescales for training, bringing on new staff and training them. So it is about 20 to 25 additional operational staff. We haven't gone through the detail of the next kind of levels up within the structure, but that's something that we're working on and we're developing. In terms of coming back to elected members, I think very much what we were thinking of taking committee through would be understanding the evolution of that structure, and certainly something we can cover at the member seminar, some of the areas where we feel there needs to be growth to get resilience into some of the statutory functions that we deliver as the Roads Authority, and also bring back to members the developing ideas around about the investment proposals, how we would use the extra 20.6 million over the 4 years particularly.
Thank you. Linda, does that cover your points?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stephen. I understand that in terms of, but we're talking about capital spending in terms of roads infrastructure. Are we talking about, it's the additional spending in terms, I've not got an issue with the resourcing. I just like to, in terms of the public pound and spending the public pound, like an assurance that we're doing the right thing. So that might be, from my perspective, it would be useful to have a report on that or some information on that as it's going along. Thank you.
I'm sure you can accommodate that, Stephen. Yep.
Yes, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. I've got Andy Ferguson.
Thanks very much for letting me in, Chair. Two things. One's very quick. I think it's regarding the brand new JCB Pothole Pro, which sounds like a golf club actually, rather than a piece of heavy machinery. But never mind. My kind of serious question about it, though, is who carries out the essential training? Because it's a pretty hefty piece of machinery. Is that the supplier and they pay for it, right? Or an independent trainer? Or do we have the capability in-house to carry it out? So allowing for that training to take place before anybody gets near it and the recruitment, when do you expect this to actually to take place, this service to be fully operational? That's the first question. The second question is around table 1 on page 138. It's the same thing again that John Campbell touched on. But what I'm asking here is which roads have received the largest amount of vehicle damage claims, and is that then included in the reporting, and what weighting do we give to priorities these roads minimise the council's risk.
Stephen, can I put that back to you?
I'll come in the second point, Chair, and then Stephen Hall can maybe pick up a bit of feedback. And Stephen can maybe pick up the first point. In terms of the roads with the greatest damage, yes, and defects, that's something that we will develop with the new software that we referenced, particularly in 3.18 in the report, to capture all of the defects and to match that up and look at that on a graphical basis with the claims information. And certainly going forward, we will continue to use that data to inform where we want to undertake maintenance works and respond to serious defects. In terms of the defects, those that are serious, we tend to deal with separately, and we will go out and under the new structure that we're looking at kind of specific kind of response teams to deal better and to deal within a better timescale the defects that we're finding, whether they're customer reported or whether we're picking them up within safety inspections. But you're right, all that kind of information about road condition, whether that comes from the SRMCF survey, whether that from the future comes from the video surveys, where we will run the analysis, or whether it comes from the safety inspections or the claims data, we will continue to pull all that together to determine what the priorities are on maintenance, and with the additional investment, particularly those areas where it is best for us to get the best return on our investment. So that's really about the kind of maintenance and the prioritisation and the ability for us in the future, particularly to use all the data to inform those decisions. I'll maybe just ask Stephen to pick up the question on the JCB Pro. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah. So in relation to qualification for the operative in the plant, there's basically two pieces to it. The first is that they need to be a qualified 3CX operator, which is something that we do train people to do, and that's within the council's gift to be able to train its staff to be able to have that qualification, and that's the formal qualification. What then is needed is to be inducted into the specific item, the Pothole Pro, and that's something that JCB as the manufacturer provide, and they provide that whether you go down a lease hire route or a capital purchase of the machine. In terms of the sort of, if you like, the critical path to actually getting one of these machines in operation, the two key elements of it, the training is important, must be done. Absolutely, we would never bring a piece of equipment like this into operation without the right skills and training around it. But that's probably not the key determinant of timescale. The two things that will determine that is the production and availability of the machines. They are in demand. And there's still shortages globally of some of the microchips that are required for vehicles, and a machine like this has an awful lot of technology in it. So first is the production timeline for the machines themselves, and the second, as Stephen referred to earlier, it's that interface of knowing that we have sufficient operational workforce available to us at the point that we have this machine brought into service, because frankly, unless we have enough operatives to keep up with it, we're not going to get the value for money out of it that we need to get. So it's as much driven by the recruitment time frame for the new operatives as it is training, and we're just pulling those things together at the moment, and we'll be able to come back to you with what we think that the time frame is, or hopefully over the coming weeks. Thank you.
Yes,
thanks very much for that answer. I'll do the request for information about the different roads and the claims under an EMES, Stephen Herriot, that is, to give you more time, because I appreciate it's not fair to ask you today to give me that. But I'll carry that through EMES. Thank you very much for your answer.
Okay, at that, and I'm looking about, I don't have any further speakers. I'll now move to the recommendations. Are members happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.4? I think 2.2 covers the point that you made, Linda, about further reports. Yeah. Okay. Members agreed? Go to item 12, Capital Investment Strategy, Transport Asset Class Capital Programme, Q3 2022-23, monitoring and 2023 to 25-26 budget report by Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report provides members with a monitoring update for Q3 of 22-23 and a 3-year budget plan for 22-23 to 25-26. Harry Hayes available to take any questions on the report, and Gordon Bryson is also in attendance. Members. John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I welcome the report. I suppose my only concern is, and I'll declare an interest being Chair of Westrans, first of all. It's the buses, you know, both the local bus network and, you know, the amount of buses that DGC buses that we have that are getting quite old and they need to be replaced. And probably the fragile nature of the bus network across Dumfries and Galloway, we really need to try and push, or at least try and get the right amount of investment to see, because if we end up as a bus operator of last resort, you know, it could be quite drastic for this region. But it's just to try and get assurances on the investment in both the DGC buses as well as the Westrans buses. Thanks, Chair.
Gordon, or Harry?
Yeah, I can pick that one up, Chair, through yourself. I suppose it's for reassurance. I mean, this last financial year, between Westrans and the council, we've brought on board 5 new buses, including a coach, and we're still waiting on 4 electric buses to come later this year, hopefully within the next couple of months. So Douglas isn't here today, but both Douglas and I are working on a priority list of renewals for the buses, both off the back of age profile and vehicles that are sort of costing a wee bit more to maintain than others. And you'll see within this paper as well, Councillor, that we're accelerating some funds for next year into this financial year to bring even more new buses into the fleet, because we absolutely recognise and agree with what you've just said there. So hopefully that answers the question, Councillor, and gives you some confidence that we're on board with that.
Yeah, thanks. I suppose my concern was because we had a project to get electric buses through the levelling up, and we weren't successful in that nature. So I see you nodding there. So it's just a concern that if we can't get funding from elsewhere, that we are committed to looking after our bus, stock, shall we say. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I've got David Slater.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page 147. It's regarding EV infrastructure, £215,000. Am I right saying that? How many of as much of this money will go to high-speed chargers? We need more high-speed chargers. Rather than just the 7 kilowatt street ones, we need faster units. And how many of them would that buy, in other words, against the standard units? Thank you.
Can I put that back to you, Gordon?
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. The money within the EV budget for this particular year was on the projects for the 7 kilowatt chargers, Councillor. So none of that goes to the high speed chargers as you refer to. The second part of your question, when relating to cost, the basic cost for a rapid charger, sort of 50 kilowatt and up, is roughly about £20,000. But the real cost lies within the civils that need to be done to provide energy for those chargers, and that's the difficult bit. And it's also the bit that you can't put a cost on. The easiest example that I can give for that is if we have to increase the energy capacity at a site to run these types of chargers and require a substation, then your basic costs start at 60k and sort of can go up for that. So apologies, I can't answer your question specifically, but it's one that has to really be answered on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, I must admit I agree with you. Fast chargers need 3-phase electricity, and obviously that is a problem. But all these 7 kilowatt ones, there's many getting built, but it takes 6 hours to charge a car on. So basically, maybe for town driving, you go to town, you maybe charge it up. But quite a lot of people are now charging at home during the night rate electricity. So I wonder, you know, okay, you could put in £215,000 for the chargers, but they're still only going to give you 20 miles in an hour. That's all it's going to give you. So I wonder if they need settling more infrastructure for high-speed chargers, because I think there's one in Kirkcudbright at the harbour. It does 250 kilowatt and a 40 kilowatt AC, and I have to say, 20 minutes and you could be, you could have 100 miles in it, probably even more in 20 minutes. So they are worthwhile and they do save time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, David. I think we've heard that one before somehow. Yeah. And I don't know how I missed it, but Jim Dempster.
Thanks. It's just another omission of mine. I didn't realise, or I had realised, I've obviously read the report, but I should have declared at the onset of the meeting that I'm a member of Swestrans, and we're discussing Swestrans business today, our partnership with the council. I don't think I need to leave the room, but just record that I'm a member of Swestrans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking again, and I don't see Andy's hand up. It's because of the bright lights behind you, I can hardly see you. No, it's bright light. It's certainly not an aura, just bright lights. In that case, at that point, I think we'll rapidly go to the recommendations. Our members agreed to the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2. Okay, item 13, Communities Committee, appointment to outside bodies, report by head of governance and assurance. This report seeks to confirm with members of the Communities Committee whether any amendments to the appointment of elected members to outside bodies contained in this report are required, following the meeting to the full council on the 7th of March 2023. Fraser Davis is available to take any questions on the report. Member, David.
Just to speak on behalf of Councillor Emma Jordan, she'd like to come off all positions, Chair.
She'd like to come off?
Aye, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ferguson.
I was the same. I'd actually said I was coming off the subcommittee as a substitute for, I think, where Emma's never even been asked to go in the first place. So that's the Prestwick Airport. I kind of question why we're doing it, to be honest, but that's another question for another place, Ian. But I shouldn't be there either, as I did tender my resignation. Okay,
before we go on, what I meant to ask was, we've mentioned these bodies. I think only one of them has a kind of commitment on a period of days for the year. Could we have what the commitment for all these are? And I think members are in a better place to know whether they'd accept it or not.
Yeah, I'll come in if that's okay, yes, Chair. And I think my colleague Fraser can come in thereafter, but happy to take that on board for future reports. That's not an issue. Obviously, we liaise with the outside bodies. We determine what their terms are, including constitutional documents within that. So we should be able to piece that together for members.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair.
Yeah, it was just a quick question. If times went on, are these outside bodies still relevant? Do we have to have a representation from the council on all of them?
I'll come in on that, Vice Chair. Thank you. We've not received any communications advising that they're not active, and that there's nothing to say that they do not still wish a member to be appointed. Obviously, it's within the kind of remit of this committee to decide to appoint or not. So I would kind of open that to members if they feel it is worth their time actually sitting on the outside body.
Thank you for that. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. I mean, these are appointments to outside bodies from Communities Committee. However, the scores has got Councillor Archie Dryborough, who doesn't sit on communities. I think that should be reflected, and I don't know who will take his place, but unless he sits on communities, he shouldn't be on scores. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I did notice that we were going to deal with that when we came to that point. Kim Lowe.
Just wanted to confirm that West Coast Rail meets 3 times a year. It's all online, and it is it's an active committee.
That's lovely. Thank you very much for that information, Kim. If we have no other speakers, if we go to each of the appointments in turn. Sorry, have we got someone else? Ben Dashper, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm my departure, 4.2 from the South West Scotland Community Rail Partnership. So that position will now be entirely vacant and open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. In that case, if we go to the first appointment to 4.1 Glasgow Pressway Airport Consultative Committee. Pauline?
Yeah, could I nominate yourself, Ian, for that position?
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to accept that.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else rushing in? Even though you get free air miles. Do we have a substitute for that? Okay, we go into the second one, 4.2 West of Scotland Community Rail Partnership. The current appointee was Ben Dashford, but as you've heard, he's standing down. I think, can I nominate Councillor Carruthers? Can I have a seconder for that?
Happy to second that.
And I hope Ian's not online. Ian, would you accept that position?
Accepted.
Thank you, Chairman. Kim Lowe, I see your hand's just come up, I think. You're right, your hand's just gone down again. West Coast Rail, 250, you've heard this one meets 3 times a year. It's unfortunate that Kim Lowe, who was very active, I think she was actually the vice chair in that group, is unable to, to stand. It's disappointing. It's a non-political role, but however. Do I have nominations?
Thank you, Chair. Can I nominate Ian Carruthers, please?
Okay, and a seconder?
Happy to second.
Okay. Ian, are you content with that?
Fine, Chair. Sorry, this phone's not working good.
That's lovely, thank you. We go into the Wind Farm Voluntary Region-wide Fund Management Committee. We have, in fact, we have no one in that now. Emma Jordan is standing down, another one is vacant. So, do we have any nominations for that?
That traditionally was the chair of this committee. I sat in that for 5 years as the sole council rep.
It may have been tradition, but it doesn't.
I appreciate that, but maybe the vice chair might like to help you.
I think I'll settle into this role gradually rather than throw into everything. Any other nominations?
Yeah, Chair, can I nominate Councillor Ian Carruthers, please?
A seconder?
Happy to second.
And I'll allow Ian time to pick himself off the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
And now, finally, this is time to get your own back. The Scottish Council's Committee on Radioactive Substances. We had Archie Driver, but as Archie's no longer a member of the committee. Yeah. Lynn.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Jackie McCammon.
I'm quite happy. I'm delighted to second that. Any more? No. It's getting late in the day. I'll now go to the recommendations. Are members agreed with the recommendations at 2.1 to 2.5? Thank you. And I'm delighted to say the final report, the surplus property in Dumfries and Galloway report by Head of Economy and Development. This report asks members to agree the 4 areas detailed within this report are surplus to requirements of the Communities Directorate. Tom Higgins is available to answer any questions on the report. Jim Dempster.
Chairman, the first 3 are fine. They're for Scottish Power. I presume we're achieving or gaining a commercial rate for the disposal of each of these pockets of land. I'm sure it might not be in our gift, that, but I would like to think that that would be the case. And the 4th one, Appendix 4 on page 165, I don't know the topography, but it seems to me a huge piece of land large enough to build another house in. And it's all right saying you want to extend your garden ground, but if it's a house plot or house plot size and a house would fit in there, that I would suggest is what we should mark it at, whether a neighbour has asked for it or not.
Can I go to Nick Lane to come in on
that? Afternoon, councillors. Chair. I'll deal with the substation sites first. We do have a commercial rate agreed with these, and if any of these areas of land happen to be common good, the relevant common good fund would receive that capital receipt. Moving on to the land at Kirkcudbright, the applicant is very aware of the fact that the area of land is common good, and she appreciates that common good the Kirkcudbright Common Good Committee to grant all of the land that she's requesting. So rather than come back to committee again to get different areas declared surplus, at this stage we've identified the area of which she maybe only wants a portion of, and it would be up for the Kirkcudbright Common Good Committee members to decide how much they were willing to sell. If we were going to market a larger area, it would of course be on the open market. So any questions?
Jim Denson.
No so much a question as a statement, Chairman. I am a firm believer in the Common Good Committee deciding on what they do with common good assets, whatever that might be. So I would defer to Kirkcudbright Common Good Subcommittee and rely on their sound judgment.
Could I second that?
Thank you for that. Dougie Campbell.
Well, funnily enough, there's a member of the Kirkcudbright Common Good present. I'm a bit puzzled by this report because it doesn't make reference to common good. It refers to council land. And in context of Appendix 3 and 4, so that's Low Borland and 4 Silver Craigs. Low Borland, I believe, is leased out to a local farm for which the Common Good Fund receives an annual income, and the Silver Craig site is leased out as a caravan park, and although the substation is tucked away in a corner, if anybody looks at a satellite picture, you'll see that there's a camping area adjacent to that particular position. I think I had a look at the previously agreed policy on selling off land, and I think the process is back to front, because at no point have ward members or Common Good subcommittee members been consulted on this, and clearly we've got an interest in it because, one, we get an income, and two, it's subject, the other site is subject to a 25-year lease. So I just wonder, if, Nick, if you could clarify the process, because I've maybe misinterpreted the flowchart, but it feels odd that I'm having to come in as a subcommittee, a Common Good subcommittee member at the Communities Committee, which has been asked to agree disposal before the Common Good or the Community Council, for that matter, has had any input on it.
Nick, would you like to
Okay,
comment?
so, yep, start with the one at Silver Craigs. That area of land for the substation has been excluded from the lease. So when the substation is complete, any surplus land that we've identified on the plan will go back to the lease. In terms of the actual policy, all we're asking you as the first step in this very long process is to declare the land surplus. We can't, as the current policy stands, move forward at all without the holding department, which is communities, saying, yes, it's okay, we declare this surplus. We then go on to a very lengthy, because it's common good, we go into a period of public consultation where we post notices on the premises and at the local council offices, inviting the public to make comment as to whether or not they're in favour of the disposal of this land. Does that answer your question?
Very good, Dougie.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification on the substation issue. But there's also Low Borland as well, and the neighbour that's looking at this ground is proposing 2,010 square metres of land. And this puts me, I think, in an invidious position that I'm being asked to agree to disposal because that's what the recommendation says, and I haven't been consulted as a subgroup member or a ward councillor, despite the fact that it says in the flowchart that ward members should be notified in advance of it going to the service committee. And it might be that the process needs to be re-looked at, but I'm finding myself in a really difficult position here because in terms of the optics of it, I'm being asked to agree to the disposal of land that belongs to the common good of Kirkcudbright.
If I could come in there, Nick. Where I agree that it's a long process, I must admit I've got certain sympathies with Dougie as far as that's concerned. It does seem a bit of cart before the horse. You would think the ones that had a direct interest in the land would be first to say that we either have an interest or we don't have an interest. But back to you.
The recommendation is to declare it surplus to requirements and disposed of in accordance with the disposal acquisition policy. We're not asking you to dispose of it, we're just saying it's surplus, and then it falls to other committees to make that final decision.
But I can't sit here and agree that it's surplus because it hasn't been looked at or considered by the subcommittee, and there are other interests in terms of the person that leases the land at Low Borland and the Silver Craigs Caravan Park. I know what you're saying in terms of that area was set aside for a substation, but it's going to impact on them in some way, shape or form. And I'm not getting at you here, Nick. I think it's the process that's back to front here, but it does put me in a difficult position.
Can I make a suggestion to Dougie? If you'd like to put forward a motion that we defer this until it goes to the subcommittee, I'd be more than happy to accept that as a motion.
I'm inclined to go down that direction, albeit the process appears to indicate that the common good comes in at the back end, after it's been to Communities Committee, after it's been to the Strategic Asset Group, I think. But I suppose the point is that ward members and subgroup members weren't consulted in advance of it going to the service committee here today. So yeah, I would put forward a motion that it is deferred, but there might need to be a bit of work done in terms of looking at the process. And if somebody's prepared to second me in that motion, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Slater as second. Yes, sir.
It's no his turn, he was on the second and some.
Oh, sorry. Was there someone before me? Okay.
Before we go to the question, the second, David Slater seconded the motion.
Okay.
If we go to, we've got Dougie, John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Yeah, I sympathise totally with my counterpart's name, the other Campbell. There's a lot of issues in the actual report. You know, the first one Dougie's picked up on was that there's no mentions about any of these properties being common good. That should be in the report initially, even if, and I do get where Nick Lane's come from when he says all you're asking is to be surplus to requirements of the Communities Committee. I do understand that. However, there should be more information in this. The size of land, I think Councillor Dempster's already picked up on. You could build probably 2 houses in there, never mind 1. You know, and that's huge. And just to say, oh, somebody wants it for the garden, that doesn't wash with me. There's a lot of things in here that we should have more information. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the substations, I believe one's already in progress of being built, and we haven't even agreed that it's surplus, and we haven't even offered it, you know, for sale. That's what this report's meant to be to do. And the other one is the car park in Appendix 2. Right across the road from there's a number of flats that they have rights for car parking space. That's taken up a whole car parking space in that tiny wee bit. The on-street parking is ridiculous in that area. And these residents have every right to complain about another substation going in there. So those are that points, and I'm quite happy to back a deferral if that's the case, to get some of these ironed out. Thank you.
I think we have a motion. It's pointless continuing with the discussion until that part is...
Ian, can I ask you, do we add something into that? Because if you look at the map for Appendix 4, it looks a hell of a lot, the dark area, which is usually how you depict the ground you're talking about, looks a hell of a lot more than the size of ground that we're talking about here, potentially getting transferred out of public ownership.
There's been a number of points raised about this. We have got a motion to defer it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these can be addressed when and if this comes
can
back
again. Can we address that when it comes forward?
We have a proposer, we have a seconder. Do we have any alternative views on that?
Yeah. Yes.
Jim Dempster.
We need to, Chairman, to put a stop to this process. If it's clear today that the local members with local knowledge are dissatisfied at the way the process takes place, we need to change the process, because Dougie's in a privileged position of being here. What if it was a Langham place, or a Lochmaben place, or a Stranraer, okay, I'm in Sankirk, common good, but you know, just because Dougie's lucky to be here is the only reason this has been sort of halted today. There are other common goods and other common good committees and other common good members and other ward members that won't be privy to the same discussion, that won't have the same privileges at this committee. Therefore, we should as a council restructure the system. If everybody sitting here thinks it's flawed, then there's something wrong with it. And we can't just go with one for Dougie, and I don't mean to be unkind to Dougie. This should be a procedural matter that full council deals with, that sets out a process, and Nick's following guidance. That's his job. That's what he's told to do. But one of the things he did say was the individual might not want all of the site. Well, that's death by 1,000 cuts. If he gets a big enough slice, then there is no longer a house plot to sell, and he gets 2 cheap buys instead of 1 expensive one, but that's for another day. I believe that we need to change the system, and what we need to do is take this to full council. How we do that, I don't know. I'm happy to go with what Doug's asking because it's the right thing to do. But we need to have a system whereby the and Derek, bless him, is enthusiastic about consulting with communities, and that's what we're now doing. We're deciding first it's up for disposal, and then we're going talking to folk. It should absolutely be the other way round about.
I did ask for any alternative views, and it certainly wasn't an alternative view you brought in. I think we could deal with this in 2 parts. The first one is that if we don't have any vote to the contrary about not deferring it, that we go down that line. And secondly, we put in a recommendation that a report comes back to the appropriate committee to review the procedures in sale of surplus land.
We'll probably not have delegated authority for that, Chairman. I don't know. It would need to be a request through Derek to the full council, I would suggest.
I would suggest it's a request from this committee to bring a paper to the and if it's the full council, that's fine. But I think we put that as a recommendation. Derek, how do you feel about that?
Thank you, Chair, and certainly the Council has an agreed policy on surplus property and disposal, and I can well understand that this has been the subject of considerable review over the years. Reading and listening to the temperature in the room, there is clearly an expression of views from members that the Council needs to listen to, so I'm more than happy to take back the feedback from today on 2 counts. 1, you've deferred this item, and 2, you would wish further consideration of the application of that policy to ensure that it reflects the aspirations of members on these matters. Thank you, Chair.
That's well said, Derek.
Thanks for that, Derek. Just to reiterate, this is not a criticism of the process that's been followed by officers, but Jim made a good point that if I hadn't been here, this might have gone through without challenge. So I'm happy to proceed as has been proposed.
David, is it on the same point?
Sorry. Yes, it's St Michael Street View. There's a house there called St Michael Street View. At the moment on this piece of land, there's 2 large porta cabins, and there was diesel fumes blowing through the fence into the gentleman's garden. But it's called St Michael Street View. The fact is this land inalienable? Am I right saying that? Inalienable?
David, if I come in there, we're just about to approve a motion to defer the report. So that is being deferred as well.
Okay.
This entire report.
Thank you.
So we have members' agreement. First of all, with the recommendations, we're agreeing to defer the report to a future meeting, and secondly, we're asking the director to have a report to the appropriate committee, probably the full council, on the process to be followed in future.
Chair, do we ask the electricity network to stop their work, which is on their wages now? Serious question.
Yeah. We've just made the decision, thank you. I have no further business today. Thank you for your attendance.
Well done, Chair.